Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests from around the world. We're delighted to welcome you to the C20 Symposium on Compassion. We want to thank all of you for joining us and for committing your time and energy to this crucial endeavor. Let us now begin with the symbolic lighting of the lamp by our esteemed dignitaries.
We now invite Swami Amrita Puri, Executive Director of MA Centers, to make some welcoming remarks.
Om Amrita Amma. I'd like to, first of all, welcome all the dignitaries on the stage, and each and every one of you for being here today. And especially I just want to remind that Mother Nature has blessed us with rain, and she has blessed us by veiling her sun, and God in protecting us. So my special thanks, and definitely all your presence here has also enhanced the beauty of this day, and thank you. We now we're going to have the formal inauguration of the C20, which is a part of the G20. As most of you know, that we are all part of G20, the G20 countries. And especially the C20 comes, the Civil Society 20, which stands for C, is part of the G20 group. And this is the first time in the history of C20 that a spiritual leader has been elected as the chair of C20. And as we all know, our dear Amma, Mata Amrita has been nominated by the Prime Minister, Modi ji, to be the chair of C20. And we have today the honor of Swami Amrita Swarupananda Puri ji. We call him Swamiji lovingly. And here representing Amma today. And it's my pleasure and distinct honor today to invite Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy to share a few words. And I know he has been very busy and he has been benevolent enough to spare some time for us. And Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy was elected to Congress in 2016 and is now in his 4th term representing Illinois 8th District, which includes Chicago's west and northwest suburbs, as well as the 41st Ward of the city. He also serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and the Committee on Oversight and Accountability as a member of the Subcommittee of Economic Growth, Energy Policy, and Regulatory Affairs. The Congressman is a vice chair of the Equality Caucus and co-chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus Immigration Task Force. And we also would like to welcome the President and the Mayor, Jeff Walter of Elburn. And thank you, sir, for being here today. And now I would like to invite Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy to say a few words and bless us.
Om. Yeah. We'll do it right. Om Namah Shivaya. It's wonderful to be with you. It's an honor to be here. And as I like to say, it's an honor to be any place they can pronounce my name correctly. This is a true story. When I first ran for office in Illinois, I said, "Hi, my name is Raja Krishnamurthy." And the person in Chicago looked right back at me and said, "Roger Christian Murphy. Very nice to meet you." And then he said, "I didn't know the Irish made it to India." So in any case, lovely to be with you. I want to observe those 3 rules of public speaking: be short, be sweet, and be gone. 3 points. First of all, can you give a big round of applause to the Swamijis and all the organizers of today's conference? I've known Swamiji, and Swamiji for many years now, and they are just fabulous people. And you know, I think that it's not an understatement or overstatement to say that they've made a profound difference in the lives of so many people, along with the organization, of course, and Amma. Which leads me to my second point. Can you give a big round of applause to Amma for... I knew that would be a good applause line. And you know why. You know, Amma has done so much. She's provided housing to 47,000 families across rural and poor parts of India, 50,000 scholarships, collected more than $60 million in disaster relief donations, not just for places in India, but around the world. And Amma exemplifies exactly the types of values, the universal values that we want to uphold and celebrate and inculcate into our people, especially our children. And so what she does every single day in living out these values and teaching the world about the importance of caring for those who don't have a voice, those who sometimes don't have hope, and those who don't have power, is exactly what we want to talk about at this conference today, and I submit at all times. The third and final point is this. Only a few minutes ago did I learn what the C in C20 is supposed to mean, which I guess it means charity. That's what someone says. All along, I thought the C meant compassion. And then I thought, you know what? I'm going to go with that. I think the C in the C20 probably means charity, compassion, care, all the types of qualities that we want all countries, not just the 20 countries that will be represented at this summit, but all countries and all people to practice at all times. Am I right about that? And speaking of your charitable endeavors, you know, there's this old saying, which is, you earn a living by what you get, but you live a life by what you give. And what we are giving of ourselves in terms of not only our material resources, our money, but also our time and our blessings is of vital importance now in the world, perhaps now more than ever. And so I would just ask everybody to continue to keep all those who may not be present in this room, but for whom what you're doing today is invaluable, top of mind going forward. I'll just close with my favorite saying. Yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why we call it the present. And so I'm honored and blessed to be with you here for just a few short minutes of your precious time to celebrate you, to celebrate these terrific speakers whom I had a chance to meet briefly, and who are just going to be teaching us how to give of ourselves today, and to celebrate how together we are going to make the world a better place through the C20 Summit. Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya.
We have a gift for the Congressman.
We'd like to thank Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy for being here today, and our gratitude to you, sir, for being here. And this is a small memento of appreciation.
We would now like to ask our esteemed village president, Mayor Jeff Walter, to make a few remarks.
I broke it. Politicians. You know, there's a joke in Illinois, you never give it's not just Illinois, it's probably this whole country, or maybe even the world, never give a politician a microphone, because you never know what they're going to say or how long it's going to take to say it. But like the Congressman, I promise to be short and sweet as well. So on behalf of the Village of Elburn, the Village of Elburn is about 7,000 residents, just slightly west of here. We like to call ourselves truly one of a kind. And that is because there is no other Elburn in the entire country or in the entire world. So we are truly one of a kind, and I see some of you going for your phones out there to double check me, but Chat, GPT, Google, whoever, we're one of a kind. That's it. It's a long story, and I'm not going to tell it because I'll be up here for a long time. But on behalf of the residents, the village board, and myself, welcome to Elburn. We wish you all the best during your deliberations today and this week. I know people have been here for a while already for the retreat, but thank you for coming to our small town. The MA Center came here back in 2012. I was on the village board at the time, and we thought, who are these people that want to come out here and build this thing in our community? And it's been an incredible boon to the community. The residents here, Faith, who's around here somewhere, used to live down the street from me. I actually worked with a gentleman who lives here. Little did I know we were doing introduction calls on a project. I work for Accenture in my day job. This mayor thing is just part-time. And I was on a call, and we're introducing ourselves, and where do you live? And he says, I live in Elburn. I said, no way, there's nobody here that lives in Elburn out here. But sure enough, Melinda and I worked together for quite some time. But the farmer's market, the school, the different things that go on here, the charity work and everything, it's been just incredible to have the MA Center out here. We love Amma's visits when she comes. Hopefully now that COVID has passed, we'll get one of those visits very soon. Hint, hint to those who are in charge. And we do wish you all the best today and through all your efforts to bring compassion to the world, because it's definitely needed at this time. So thank you.
That was the formal welcome for Village President Jeff Walter, and he will now be presented with a gift of thanks.
As you can see, we've gathered an extraordinary group of experts, thought leaders, and change makers from across the globe, all working on areas such as health, education, technology, sustainability, and gender equality.
With our C20 chair, Mata Amrita Devi, Amma, as our guiding light, let's get ready for a series of sessions and discussions that cover the 5 C20 working groups of sustainable and resilient communities, technology, security and transparency, gender equality and disability, integrated holistic health, and education and digital transformation.
Today's event will consist of 3 90-minute segments during which all 5 working groups will have sessions featuring experts in their respective fields.
To mark this momentous occasion, we would like to ask our guests to please stand for a group photo.
Just to round out the welcoming for this morning, we'd like to ask Dr. Krishna Sri Achudan to formally welcome Ambassador Vijay Nambiar, who is the C20 Principal Coordinator and Sherpa. We'd also like to invite Dr. Satya Krishna Ramachandran to formally welcome Ramu Damodaran, former Chief of Partnerships and Public Engagement in the UN Department of Global Communications. Thank you all for being here. Next, we welcome Dr. Bhavani Rao to give an overview of G20 and C20. Dr. Bhavani Rao is the Indian coordinator of the Civil 20 Working Group on Gender Equality and Disability. She is the Dean of the School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Amrita Vidyapeetham. She is also the director of 2 research centers, Amrita Multimodal Applications Using Computer and Human Interaction Labs, or AMACHI Labs, and the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. She's been appointed India's UNESCO Chair in Gender Equality since 2016. She is the author of more than 100 publications and numerous patents related to vocational skills and haptics, and international and national awards have recognized her work.
Amriteshwarya Namaha. Very good morning to everybody over here. I cannot say that my talk and introduction will be shorter than the ones that were before, and this is the more boring part of it because it has a lot of technicalities. Please bear with me. Introducing to you the basic fundamental concepts of G20 and C20 to you, so that you understand what all of you are a part of and what we have been a part of since the beginning of this year. So G20, or the group of 20 countries, was a collaboration of 19 countries plus the European Union that came together in 1999 when there was a very serious financial crisis in the world. So they came together so that they could set down foundations of stability, reduce risk, especially in terms of finance, creating new financial structures, but also creating policies that would allow for global stability and sustainable development. And so this is the G20 countries, the group of 20 countries that are 19 countries plus the European Union that came together. Now C20 is an official engagement group within the G20. It consists of civil society organizations. There are several such engagement groups under the G20 aegis, which includes Science 20, Think 20, Urban 20, Labor 20, Women 20, Youth 20, and C20 is one among them. All these groups work in tandem with the ministerial meetings that happen between the G20 countries, feeding in information from different aspects and different angles on what is it that is important to the country, bringing all the voices of these 20 countries together so that they can form policies that benefit the whole. Now, why is it important? Why are these 20 countries important? These 20 countries form 90% of the world's GDP, 80% of the world's trade, and 2/3 of the world's population. You're talking about very big numbers. 20 countries, huge impact. And the C20 is the voice of civil society, the people who really serve the underserved communities. Those are the voices that you bring all the way to the people who are running these big G20 countries, countries like the United States, like France, India, Brazil, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Japan. And that is why this entire effort is so important. It is our chance to actually bring the voices to the leaders of these countries so that they can make policies for the overall well-being of all the people and the environment that is there within these 20 countries. C20 was first started in 2013. That makes it exactly 10 years since the C20 first started in Russia. So it's just 10 years since the C20 has been in place. And this year, the G20 is with India, so it's with the Indian presidency. And like the Amrita Swami said, the presidency was given to Amma. And India itself has a very different agenda or a very different take towards the G20. We have a G20 motto, which is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. And the C20 adds another dimension to it, like the Amrita Swami said, it is headed by a spiritual master. So, like the senator said, C20 is really become Compassion 20. Because Amma brings an entire dimension of spirituality, of values, and the level of oneness that Amma brings into this conversation is something that has never happened before in any of the C20 or G20 deliberations till now. And I think, and also, it's not very often that a woman is the president of these kind of multilateral deliberations. So the structure is such that you have the chair, Amma is the chair of the C20 process. That is then followed by a troika. This is typically the representatives of the people who have been hosting the C20 process the previous year and the following year. So we've had Indonesia who hosted the G20 last year, and the G20 presidency gets passed on from Indonesia to India, and from India next year it goes to Brazil. It's very interesting, and Swamiji, who is over here, he is a Troika member with Amma as the chair. We have somebody from Indonesia, and we have somebody from Brazil. What is very interesting, it's the first time that the conversation will be held really and directed by the Global South. We have Indonesia, we have India, we have Brazil, and then followed by South Africa. So this is the first time the developing economies really have the mic in their hands. It's a time for us to push a Global South agenda. Why has this presidency been so different? Like we said, Amma is a spiritual leader. She leads with the heart. And it's not about meetings. It's about a value-driven narrative. Tremendous amount of effort has gone into the C20 process since January. Just to give you a highlight, we've had over 1,000 meetings between the working groups. There are 16 working groups. Most of the times the C20 programs have had 5, 6, 7, maximum 8 working groups. This time the Indian presidency has 16 working groups. Along with 16 working groups, we have had a total of 400 plus, close to 500 physical meetings, outreach programs that are again close to 500. Total number of meetings during the presidency will easily exceed over 1,000, with so far, till date, the total participation is over 200,000 people. Total number of foreign participation is close to 3,000 people, with more than 80 countries represented during these deliberations. We've had very, very high-level dignitaries who have been speakers, including the co-founder of the Internet, Ban Ki-moon, who was the UN Secretary General, and so much. And the thing is that the other thing that is very special about the C20 is that, you know how Amma says, meeting should not just be a meeting of just people and minds, but it should be a meeting of hearts. And she likes to see that talk doesn't remain talk, but it gets translated into action. And to that effect, during the inaugural program, Amma had announced 50 crores of Indian rupees to be set aside towards helping women and people with disabilities. That has already manifested. Amma has already donated 115,000 euros to support safe spaces for women and children as a part of a UN Women project for people who are affected by war in different parts of the Ukraine. So it's already not just a meeting of people, but it's also already translated into action. And that's, I think, probably the most distinctive feature of this C20, that we hope that this doesn't just remain as policy recommendations to the G20, but it translates into amazing action. It has a more holistic approach. It is based on a unity that is at the level of the spirit. And this is the C20, G20 under the Indian presidency in a nutshell for you. Thank you so much.
Our C20 chair, Mata Amrita Devi, affectionately known as Amma, is a living example of the power of compassion and how it can be manifested physically to help millions of people across the world. From orphanages to disaster relief to free healthcare, scholarships, community aid, and much, much more, Amma's charities span across every walk of life. Let's now listen to this message from Amma for an inspiring start to today's symposium.
പ്രേമസ്വരൂകളും ആത്മസ്വരൂകളായിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഇതൊരു ശുഭമുഹൂർത്തമാണ്. ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മങ്ങുന്ന തേജസ് വീണ്ടെടുക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു ശ്രമത്തിന് നമ്മൾ തുടക്കം കുറിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. G20യുടെ അധ്യക്ഷത ഭാരതത്തിന് ലഭിച്ച ചരിത്രപ്രധാനമായ അവസരമാണിത്. G20യുടെ ഭാഗമായ C20യുടെ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ വിജയകരമാക്കുക എന്ന വലിയ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഭാരത സർക്കാരും പ്രധാനമന്ത്രി ശ്രീ നരേന്ദ്രമോദിയും നമ്മളെ ഏൽപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ സംരംഭത്തോട് അങ്ങേയറ്റം നീതി പുലർത്താൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയട്ടെ. മനുഷ്യ ശരീരവും ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിലെ മറ്റ് ചരാചരങ്ങളും പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളായ ഭൂമി, ജലം, അഗ്നി, വായു, ആകാശം എന്നിവയിൽ നിന്നും ഉടലെടുത്തതാണ്. പഞ്ചഭൂതങ്ങളുടെ ഉറവിടം പ്രകൃതിയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകൃതിയും മനുഷ്യനും ഒന്നാണ്. ഈ സത്യം അനുഭവതലത്തിൽ അറിഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഋഷികൾ വസുദൈവ കുടുംബമെന്ന് ഉദ്ഘോഷിച്ചത്. ഈ ഉപനിഷത്ത് വാക്യം G20യുടെ ആദർശവാക്യമായി തിരഞ്ഞെടുത്ത് എല്ലാം കൊണ്ടും ഉചിതമായി. പ്രവർത്തന മേഖലകളിൽ അവർ നേരിടുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പരിഹരിക്കുക, ജനങ്ങളുടെ ഹിതമറിയുക, വിവിധ പ്രവർത്തന മേഖലകളിൽ അവർ നേരിടുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കുക, അവ ഭാരത സർക്കാരിൻ്റെയും G20 രാഷ്ട്രങ്ങളുടെയും ശ്രദ്ധയിൽപ്പെടുത്തുക, പരിഹാരങ്ങൾ നിർദ്ദേശിക്കുക. ഇതാണ് C20യുടെ പ്രധാന ധർമ്മം. മനുഷ്യൻ അവൻ്റെ ലോകജീവിതം സുഗമവും സുഖകരവുമാക്കാൻ പല പരീക്ഷണങ്ങൾ നടത്തുന്നു. ഇവയൊക്കെ ആവശ്യമായിരിക്കാം. പക്ഷേ ഈ ശക്തികൾ വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമത്തിനിടയിൽ നമ്മൾ മഹാശക്തിയായ പ്രകൃതിയെ മറന്നുപോകുന്നു. നാം ഈ മഹാപ്രപഞ്ചത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാണെന്നുള്ള വലിയ സത്യം മറന്നുപോകുന്നു. അത് മനുഷ്യനെ ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കുവാൻ പ്രകൃതി ഒന്നിനു പുറകെ ഒന്നായി ഷോക്ക് ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് നൽകിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എന്നിട്ടും നമ്മൾ മറവി രോഗം ബാധിച്ചവരെ പോലെ കഴിയുകയാണ്. മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ബുദ്ധിശക്തിക്ക് എത്താൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഉയരങ്ങളും നടത്തുവാൻ കഴിയുന്ന പരീക്ഷണങ്ങളും എല്ലാം നടക്കട്ടെ. അതിനോടൊപ്പം ആധ്യാത്മിക ചിന്തയുടെയും ആധ്യാത്മികയിൽ അധിഷ്ഠിതമായ ജീവിത രീതിയുടെയും ശക്തി കൂടി പരീക്ഷിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ തയ്യാറാകണം എന്നാണ് അമ്മയുടെ അഭിപ്രായം. അതാണ് പ്രകൃതിയും പ്രപഞ്ചവും നൽകുന്ന സൂചനകളിൽ നിന്നും മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത്. ആ വിധത്തിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ചാൽ മാത്രമേ വസുദൈവ കുടുംബകം എന്ന വചനത്തിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും സഫലീകരിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയും. എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട് എന്നാൽ ഒന്നുമില്ല എന്നതാണ് മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ഇന്നത്തെ അവസ്ഥ. ഒരു കാര്യം വളരെ വ്യക്തമാണ്, മനുഷ്യൻ പ്രകൃതിയുമായി അകലും തോറും അവൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വർദ്ധിക്കും. ഈശ്വരൻ്റെ മുഖമാണ് പ്രകൃതി. പ്രകൃതി മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ അജ്ഞാനവർത്തിയാണ്, അത് നിർജ്ജീവമാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്ത് വേണമെങ്കിലും ആകാം എന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള മിഥ്യാധാരണ മനുഷ്യർക്കുണ്ട്. പ്രകൃതി ഒരു ശരീരമാണ്, അത് ഏകമാണ്. ഒരു ശരീരത്തിലെ അവയവങ്ങളെല്ലാം അഭേദ്യമായിരിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ പ്രകൃതിയിലെ ജീവനുള്ളതും ഇല്ലാത്തതുമായ സകലതും അന്യോന്യം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. അവയെല്ലാം പ്രകൃതിയുടെ അവയവങ്ങളാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷണവും പരിപാലനവും മാറ്റി നിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് സുസ്ഥിര വികസനം സാധ്യമല്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വികസനം പ്രായോഗികമാക്കാൻ കുറേ കോൺഫറൻസുകളും ചർച്ചകളും സംവാദങ്ങളും നടത്തിയതുകൊണ്ടോ നിയമനിർമ്മാണം നടത്തിയതുകൊണ്ടോ മാത്രം സാധിക്കില്ല. അതിന് മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ മനോഭാവം മാറണം. മനസ്ഥിതി മാറ്റിയാൽ പരിസ്ഥിതി നമുക്ക് മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം. ഭൂമിയും ജലവും അഗ്നിയും വായുവും ആകാശവും ഇല്ലാതെ മനുഷ്യനെ എങ്ങനെ ജീവിക്കും? ഈ 5 ഘടകങ്ങളാണ് മനുഷ്യ ശരീരത്തിൻ്റെ അടിത്തറ. അവ പ്രകൃതി നമ്മുടെ അകത്തും പുറത്തുമുണ്ട്. നമ്മളെല്ലാം ഭൂമിയിൽ ജീവിക്കുമ്പോൾ സഹജീവികളെയും പ്രകൃതിയെയും അവഗണിക്കുന്നു. സ്വന്തം സ്വാർത്ഥ താല്പര്യങ്ങളും അത്യാഗ്രഹങ്ങളും സബലീകരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം പ്രയത്നിക്കുന്നു. അതേസമയം സ്വർഗം തരണേ എന്ന് ഈശ്വരോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. ഇതെന്തൊരു വിരോധാഭാസമാണ്. 21-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൻ്റെ ഏതാണ്ട് കാൽഭാഗം പിന്നിടുന്ന ഈ സന്ദർഭത്തിൽ എന്താണ് നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ അവസ്ഥ? കണ്ണുകളടച്ച് ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ഭൂപടം എവിടെയെങ്കിലും തൊടുക. കണ്ണു തുറന്ന് അത് ഭൂമിയുടെ ഏത് പ്രദേശമാണ്, ഇത് രാജ്യമാണെന്ന് നോക്കുക. അതെവിടെയാണെങ്കിലും അവിടെ ശാന്തമാണോ സംഘർഷരഹിതമാണോ? അവിടെ മനുഷ്യന് വിശപ്പും ദാഹവും അടക്കാനുള്ള ശുദ്ധജലവും ഭക്ഷണവും കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടോ? അവന് കിടക്കാൻ തലയ്ക്ക് മുകളിൽ ഒരു മേൽക്കൂരയുണ്ടോ? ധരിക്കാൻ വസ്ത്രമുണ്ടോ? വൈദ്യ ചികിത്സ സമയത്തിന് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടോ? സ്ത്രീകളും കുട്ടികളും സുരക്ഷിതരാണോ? ഈ ചോദ്യങ്ങളുടെ ഉത്തരം അമ്മ പറയാതെ തന്നെ എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയുന്നതാണ്. പണക്കാർ സ്വന്തം ബംഗ്ലാവിൽ ആഡംബരങ്ങളുടെ നടുവിൽ നിന്ന് കരയുമ്പോൾ പാവപ്പെട്ടവൻ ചോരുന്ന കുടിൽ ഒടിഞ്ഞ കസേരയിൽ നിന്ന് കരയും എന്ന വ്യത്യാസമേ ഉള്ളൂ. നിരവധി സംഘടനകളും വ്യക്തികളും പരിഹാരങ്ങൾ കാണാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയും ജീവകാരുണ്യ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ നടത്തുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അവയെല്ലാം കടലിൽ വീഴുന്ന തുള്ളികൾ പോലെ മാത്രമേ ആകുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഈ വെള്ളത്തുള്ളികൾ മരുഭൂമി വീണാൽ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഉപകാരമുണ്ട്. എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ തലം മനസ്സിലാക്കി നമ്മൾ പ്രയോഗിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അവരിൽ ഉണർവും സന്തോഷവും സമാധാനവും ആരോഗ്യവും എല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സാധിക്കും. കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ വീട്ടിലിരുന്ന് ഈ ഫോണിൽ കൂടി തന്നെ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ തന്നെ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും വന്ന് പറയുകയാണ്, കുഞ്ഞിന് മാനസിക രോഗമായി, കുഞ്ഞുറങ്ങുന്നില്ല, പഠിക്കാൻ പോകാൻ മനസ്സില്ല, മാനസിക രോഗമായി. അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും പൊട്ടി പൊട്ടി കരയാണ്, പഠിക്കാൻ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഇല്ല. പിന്നെ ലഹരി വരുത്തി, ഫോണിൽ കൂടി തന്നെ വരുത്തി വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് കഴിക്കുക. അങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് ലഹരിക്ക് അടിമയായി. കുറച്ച് ഒരു ഫോൺ തന്നെ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. കൂടി ഫോൺ മേടിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണം, അതിന് ബഹളമായിട്ട്. അങ്ങനെ കുറേ അമ്മയുടെ പരാതി. ഒരു 40% കുട്ടികളെങ്കിലും അമ്മ അടുത്ത് വന്നിരുന്നു. അമ്മ കണ്ടു അച്ഛനമ്മമാരുടെ ദുഃഖം കണ്ടു, കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ വ്യത്യാസം കണ്ടു. അവർക്ക് മനസ്സ് വളരെ ദുർബലമായി. അപ്പോൾ ജീവിതം സിമെൻ്റെല്ലാം കെട്ടിയത് ഗോപുരം പോലായി. കാറ്റടിച്ച ഒറ്റ വീഴ്ച. വേറെ കഴിവുകളുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ മനസ്സിക്ക് നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. ആത്മഹത്യ, കുറേ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളും ആത്മഹത്യ ചെയ്ത്, ആത്മഹത്യ പ്രേരണ, കൈമുറിക്കുക, അതമ്മ കാണാനിടയായി. റോഡിൽ വണ്ടി ഓടിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിയമം പാലിക്കാതെ വണ്ടി ഓടിക്കുന്ന പോലെ എല്ലാം ഇടിച്ചിടിച്ച് കുട്ടിയടിച്ച് മരിക്കത്തേ ഉള്ളൂ. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ കാരണത്തിലാണ് പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിൽ നിലനിൽപ്പ് പോലും. ആ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട പിന്നെ എല്ലാം നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. നമ്മളും നമ്മളകലെ. പിന്നെ ടെൻഷൻ വരുമ്പോൾ ലഹരിക്ക്. ഈ ശാന്തിക്ക് ഐസിനെ വേണ്ട. സാമഗ്രികൾ സംഭരിക്കുന്നതിനേക്കാളും ശ്രദ്ധ അതാത് രാജ്യങ്ങളുടെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ ശക്തിയാർജിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ കൊടുത്തിരിക്കണം. മനസ്സിനെ എങ്ങനെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യണം. അങ്ങനെ ആകുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാത്തിനെയും മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. നമ്മൾ അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ പഠിച്ചിട്ടാണല്ലോ കൃഷി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് അവിടെ വരുന്ന എന്തെങ്കിലും രോഗം വന്നാൽ മരുന്നടിച്ച് കൊടുക്കാനൊക്കെ സാധിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ആയിരിക്കണം. ലോകം ഒരു പുഷ്പം പോലാണ്. ഒരു ഇതിലും ഒഴിവെടുത്താൽ അത് മറ്റുള്ളതിലെല്ലാത്തിലും ബാധിക്കും, പുഷ്പത്തിൽ മൊത്തം ബാധിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു രാജ്യത്തിൽ വന്നത് ഇപ്പോൾ മറ്റുള്ള എല്ലാ രാജ്യത്തിലും ബാധിക്കും. അവരുടെ വ്യക്തിക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ കുടുംബത്തിന് സമൂഹത്തിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ സമൂഹവും രാഷ്ട്രവും ലോകത്തിലേക്ക് പോവുകയാണ്. എന്ത് പറഞ്ഞാലും അത് അവരുടെ പ്രശ്നമല്ലേ, നമുക്കെന്താ പ്രശ്നമെന്ന് പറയും. അതല്ല, മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ പ്രശ്നം നമ്മുടായി വരുന്നത്. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് 10 നിലയുള്ള ഫ്ലാറ്റ്, താഴത്തെ നിലയിൽ തീ പിടിച്ചപ്പോൾ അവിടുത്തുള്ളവർ വിളിക്കുകയാണ്, മേളത്തെ നിലയിൽ വിളിച്ച് ആരെങ്കിലും വരണേ, ഈ തീ അണയ്ക്കാൻ സഹായിക്കണേ, തീ അണയ്ക്കാൻ സഹായിക്കണേ, ഉടനെ മേളിൽ താമസിക്കണേ, നിങ്ങളുടെ നിലയിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കും പറയാൻ? അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരുന്ന എന്താ സംഭവിക്കാമോ ആ തീ പിന്നെ മുകളിലോട്ട് പിടിച്ച് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ പ്രശ്നമാണ് നമ്മുടെ പ്രശ്നമായി തീരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് എപ്പോഴും മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ നമ്മൾ തള്ളാതെ നമ്മുടേതായിട്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ കണ്ട് നീങ്ങണം. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഏത് സ്ഥലത്ത് പോയാലും ആദ്യം ചോദിക്കുന്നത് അവിടെ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ എന്നാണ്. ആ സ്ഥലത്ത് ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ, ആ വീട്ടിൽ പോയി ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ, അല്ല ഹോട്ടലിൽ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് കിട്ടുമോ സൗകര്യം. കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തോ ഒരു ഉറക്കമില്ലാതെ കരയ്ക്ക് കിടക്കുന്ന മത്സ്യം വരെ പടയ്ക്കുന്നതാണ്. ആധ്യാത്മം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ കണക്ഷൻ ശരിയായാൽ ഏത് സാഹചര്യത്തിലും ഈ ഒരു വെപ്രാളവും ടെൻഷനും ഉണ്ടാകത്തില്ല. വരുന്ന സാഹചര്യത്തെ അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും അതോടൊപ്പം മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ കാരുണ്യം കാണിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയും. അപ്പം അതാണ് നമ്മൾ ആത്മീയത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ലോകജനതയുടെ പൊതുവായ മനോഭാവത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ചിലർ ഒരു പഠനം നടത്തുകയുണ്ടായി. ഒരേ ഒരു ചോദ്യം മാത്രമാണ് എല്ലാ രാജ്യങ്ങളുടെയും ജനങ്ങളോട് ചോദിച്ചത്. ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മറ്റ് ഭാഗങ്ങളിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുന്ന ഭക്ഷ്യക്ഷാമം പരിഹരിക്കാൻ താങ്കളുടെ സത്യസന്ധമായ അഭിപ്രായം ദയവായി രേഖപ്പെടുത്തുക. അതിൽ ചില രാജ്യത്തിലെ ചില ജനങ്ങൾ ഭക്ഷണമോ അതെന്താണ് എന്നാണ് അവർ തിരിച്ചു ചോദിച്ചത്. മറ്റു ചില രാജ്യത്തെ ജനങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചു സത്യസന്ധത അതെന്താണ് എന്നാണ് അവർ തിരിച്ചു ചോദിച്ചത്. വേറെ ചില രാജ്യത്തിലെ ചില ആൾക്കാർ അഭിപ്രായം എന്ന വാക്കിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം ഒട്ടും തന്നെ മനസ്സിലാകുന്നില്ല എന്നാണ് അവർ മറുപടി പറഞ്ഞത്. ചിലർ ചോദിച്ച് ഈ ദയവായി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണെന്നായിരുന്നു അവർ തിരിച്ചു ചോദിച്ചത്. വേറൊരു കൂട്ടർ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മറ്റു ഭാഗങ്ങൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ രാജ്യങ്ങൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താണെന്ന് ഒരു എത്തും പിടിയും കിട്ടുന്നില്ല എന്നായിരുന്നു മറുപടി. ഇതാണ് നമ്മുടെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ അവസ്ഥ. ഇവിടെ വിജയം വരിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാവരെയും കുറിച്ച് ബോധവാന്മാരാകണം. ശരീരതലത്തിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബാഹ്യമായി അത് സാധ്യമാകുകയില്ല. കാരണം ലോകത്തിൽ നാനാത്വമുണ്ട്, അതില്ലാതെ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷേ അതൊരു കുറവോ പരിമിതിയോ അല്ല, മറിച്ച് മഹത്തായ ഒരു അവസരമാണ്. പലതായി കാണുന്നതിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുന്ന ഒന്നിനെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യത്തെ സത്യത്തെ അറിഞ്ഞ് ജീവിക്കാനുള്ള അതിമഹത്തായ ഒരവസരം. ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ ഈ മൂല്യം കൊടുത്താൽ ഈ സാഹചര്യങ്ങളിൽ വരുന്ന വികാരവിചാരങ്ങളെ നമുക്ക് കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഭൂമിയിൽ നിന്ന് ആകർഷണം വിട്ട റോക്കറ്റ് പോലെ ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു ജനങ്ങൾ. അപ്പം അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർ ശരിക്ക് ആ മൂല്യം നമ്മൾ എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളിൽ കൊടുക്കണം, വളർത്തിയെടുക്കാൻ നോക്കണം. പ്രകൃതിയുടെ അനുഗ്രഹവും പ്രകൃതിയുമായുള്ള ബന്ധവും ഇല്ലാതെ സമഗ്രമായ ആരോഗ്യപരിപാലനം സാധ്യമല്ല. സമഗ്രമായ ആരോഗ്യപരിപാലനം, ലിംഗസമത്വം, സാങ്കേതിക ശാസ്ത്രം ഇവയൊക്കെ C20യുടെ പ്രവർത്തന പദ്ധതിയിലുണ്ടെന്ന് അമ്മ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. ഇത് പൊതുവെ മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള പലരുടെയും സങ്കല്പം ശരീരത്തിൻ്റെ തലത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങുന്നു. മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ നിലനിൽപ്പ് ശരീരത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങുന്നില്ല. മനസ്സിൻ്റെയും ബുദ്ധിയുടെയും വികാരങ്ങളുടെയും ആരോഗ്യവും പരമപ്രധാനമാണ്. അതിലുപരി സകലരും ചൈതന്യം പകരുന്ന ഏകമായ ആത്മശക്തി അംഗീകരിക്കുകയും വേണം. ഇവയെല്ലാം തുല്യമായി പരിഗണിച്ച് പരിപാലിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണത്തിൻ്റെ അർത്ഥം പൂർണ്ണമാകുന്നത്. ആധുനിക വൈദ്യശാസ്ത്രത്തിനും ചികിത്സാ സമ്പ്രദായങ്ങൾക്കും തീർച്ചയായും അതിൻ്റെതായ സ്ഥാനവും പ്രാധാന്യമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ രോഗം വരുമ്പോൾ മാത്രം ചികിത്സ തേടുന്നതിലല്ല ശരിയായ ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണം. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ പ്രകൃതിയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഉറ്റ മിത്രം. കാരണം നമ്മൾ പ്രകൃതി തന്നെയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണം പൂർണ്ണമാകുവാൻ പ്രകൃതിയുമായി സുരചേർന്ന് നീങ്ങേണ്ടത് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമാണ്. ഈശ്വരനെപ്പോലെ ആരാധിച്ചിരുന്ന പഴയ ആൾക്കാർ, നമ്മളൊക്കെ ഒരു വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പം പൂജിച്ച് മാപ്പി വെച്ചിട്ട് വെട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. അങ്ങനെ ഓരോ ജീവജാലങ്ങളെയും അന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആരാധിച്ചത് തന്നതിനുള്ള നന്ദി കാണിച്ചതാണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മളതൊരു പ്രാകൃതമല്ലാത്ത പ്രായോഗികമായിരുന്നു. അവിടത്തേക്ക് നമ്മൾ തിരിച്ച് കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും പോയേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പോൾ വിഷവെള്ളം ചേർത്ത കച്ചിയാണ് പശു തിന്നുന്നത്. പിന്നെ എല്ലുപൊടി, കെമിക്കൽ ചേർത്ത എല്ലുപൊടി അങ്ങനെ തിന്നുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാകുന്ന പാലിനും അത്ര കണ്ട് ഗുണമില്ല. അത് നമുക്ക് വിശപ്പടക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചു. പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ ഇമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയും പോഷകാംശം കുറഞ്ഞു. കൂടുതൽ പാല് കിട്ടി, അത്ര അസുഖം കിട്ടി. സയൻസ് 5% വിഷവെള്ളം ചേർക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിൽ അത് 25% വിഷവെള്ളം ചേർക്കുകയാണ് ലാഭത്തിന് വേണ്ടി. അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാവരും ഒരേപോലെ നല്ലതായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. മനസ്സും ശരീരവും എല്ലാം നല്ലതാകണം. വേണ്ടെന്ന് പറയുന്നില്ല, അത് അതിനുള്ളൊരു ക്രമീകരണങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടാണ്. ലിംഗസമത്വത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പം ലോകത്തിൽ പലരും സ്ത്രീകളെ രണ്ടാം തരക്കാരായിട്ടാണ് കാണുന്നത്. സയൻസും സാങ്കേതികവിദ്യയും വളർന്നു, ലോകം പുരോഗമിക്കുന്നു, മനുഷ്യൻ കൂടുതൽ പരിഷ്കാരികളാകുന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോഴും സ്ത്രീയെ അംഗീകരിക്കുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ ആഴത്തിൽ എവിടെയോ ഒരു മുടക്കവും വിമിഷ്ടവുമാണ്. ലോകമെമ്പാടുമുള്ള 15-നും 19-നും ഇടയ്ക്ക് പ്രായമുള്ള കുട്ടികളിൽ 4-ൽ ഒരാൾക്ക് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസവും ജോലിയും നിഷേധിക്കപ്പെടുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ആൺകുട്ടികളുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ 10-ൽ ഒരാൾക്ക് മാത്രമാണ് ഈ സാഹചര്യമുള്ളത്. മറ്റൊരു പ്രധാന വിഷയം ദുർബല വിഭാഗത്തിൽപ്പെടുന്ന സ്ത്രീകളെയും കുട്ടികളെയും ശാക്തീകരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അവരെ കൈപിടിച്ചുയർത്തുന്നത് നമ്മളൊരു യജ്ഞമായി എടുക്കണം. അവരിൽ ഉറങ്ങിടക്കുന്ന കഴിവുകളെ അവരുടെ സ്വന്തം ഉന്നമനത്തിനും സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ വളർച്ചയ്ക്കും ഉപയോഗിക്കാതെ നഷ്ടമാക്കരുത്. സ്ത്രീകൾ മുന്നോട്ട് വരുമ്പം പുരുഷന്മാർ മാറിക്കൊടുക്കുക, വഴിയൊരുക്കി കൊടുക്കുക. അവർ വൺ വേ ആകരുത്, ഹൈവേ ആകണം. അപ്പോൾ സ്ത്രീകളും കൈക്ക് മസിൽ വയ്ക്കാൻ മത്സരിക്കാതെ ഇവിടെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ സ്വയം തൻ്റെ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ ആ മസിൽ വയ്ക്കണം. അത് സമൂഹത്തിന് ഗുണകരമാകുകയും ചെയ്യും. ഒരു കാര്യം വ്യക്തമാണ്, ഇന്ന് മാനവരാശി നേരിട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതും സംഭവിക്കാനിരിക്കുന്നതുമായ അനർത്ഥങ്ങൾക്ക് ശാശ്വതമായ പരിഹാരമുണ്ടാകണമെങ്കിൽ മനുഷ്യനവൻ്റെ ആന്തരികമായ കാലാവസ്ഥയ്ക്ക് കൂടി മാറ്റം വരുത്താൻ തയ്യാറാകണം. കാരണം ബാഹ്യമായി സംഭവിക്കുന്ന ആഗോളതാപനവും കാലാവസ്ഥ വ്യതിയാനവും മനുഷ്യൻ അവൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്ന ദുഷിച്ച കാലാവസ്ഥയുടെ പ്രതിഫലനമാണ്. ഇന്ന് മനുഷ്യൻ അവൻ്റെ ഊർജവും സമയവും മുഴുവനായി ചെലവഴിക്കുന്നത് എല്ലാത്തിലും സ്വന്തം പേരും മേൽവിലാസവും എഴുതി ലേബലൊട്ടിക്കുന്നതിലാണ്. അത് ഭൂമിയാണെങ്കിലും പ്രകൃതിയാണെങ്കിലും ഈശ്വരനാണെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ എൻ്റേതെന്നുള്ള ആധിപത്യ മനോഭാവമാണ് ഇന്ന് എല്ലാവരെയും ഭരിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ മനോഭാവം വളർന്നാൽ മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ശത്രു മനുഷ്യൻ തന്നെയായി വരും. ഇത് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കഥ ഓർമ്മ വരുന്നു. ഒരു നായ്ക്ക് നാട് ചുറ്റി നടന്ന് കാണാനൊരു മോഹമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് യാത്ര ആരംഭിച്ച് കുറേ ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ആ നാ മടങ്ങിയെത്തി. കൂട്ടുകാരായ മറ്റു നായ്ക്കൾ യാത്രാവിശേഷങ്ങൾ അറിയാൻ സഞ്ചാരിയായ നായയുടെ ചുറ്റും കൂടി. എങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു നിങ്ങളുടെ യാത്ര? വഴിയിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളും പ്രതിബന്ധങ്ങളും നേരിടേണ്ടി വന്നോ എന്ന് കൂട്ടുകാരായ നായ്ക്കളെ യാത്ര പോയ നായയോട് ചോദിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ സഞ്ചാരിയായ നായ പറഞ്ഞു, അവരാരും യാതൊരു വിധത്തിലുള്ള തടസ്സവും സൃഷ്ടിച്ചില്ല. എല്ലാവരും എന്നെ എൻ്റെ വഴിക്ക് വിട്ടു. എന്നെ ഏറ്റവും അധികം ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടിച്ചതും ശല്യം ചെയ്തതും നമ്മുടെ വർഗത്തിൽ പെട്ടവർ തന്നെയാണ്. പോകുന്നിടത്തെല്ലാം അവരെൻ്റെ നേരെ കുരച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വരും. പിന്നീട്ട് ഓടിച്ചും കടിച്ചും മുറിവേൽപ്പിച്ചും എനിക്ക് യാതൊരു സ്വസ്ഥതയും തന്നില്ല. ഈ കഥയിലെ പട്ടിയുടെ ഗതിയാണ് ഇന്ന് മനുഷ്യൻ്റേത്. ലോകത്തിലെവിടെയാണെങ്കിലും മനുഷ്യന് ശത്രു മനുഷ്യൻ തന്നെയാണ്. ഒന്നുകൂടി കൃത്യമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ സ്വന്തം മനസ്സ് തന്നെയാണ് മനുഷ്യൻ ശത്രുവും മിത്രവും. നമ്മുടെ ചിന്തകളുടെയും കർമ്മങ്ങളുടെയും ഉറവിടം മനസ്സായിരിക്കെ തിരുത്തലുകൾ ആത്മാർത്ഥമായി നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിൽ ആധ്യാത്മിക മൂല്യങ്ങൾ പാഠ്യവിഷയത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമാക്കണം. നമ്മുടെ ആശ്രമത്തിൽ ചില സീസണിൽ 180 രാജ്യത്തിനൊക്കെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ വരും. അപ്പോൾ അന്ന് കുറച്ച് ദിവസം ഇവിടെ നിൽക്കും. അന്ന് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമ്മളെ ഗീതയൊക്കെ അവർ പഠിക്കും. ആധ്യാത്മിക കേട്ട് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ നേരത്തെ അവർ ഇടിയിട്ട് ഭയങ്കര കരഞ്ഞൊന്നും കഴിക്കാൻ നിർബന്ധ ബുദ്ധിയെടുത്ത് മേടിച്ച കളിപ്പാട്ടങ്ങൾ വേറെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ ബർത്ത്ഡേ വരുമ്പം ഈ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ ഇവരുടെ ഇടിയിട്ട് മേടിച്ച കളിപ്പാട്ടം ആ കുഞ്ഞിനുകൊണ്ട് കൊടുക്കുക. എന്നിട്ടത് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ സത്സംഗം പറയുമ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞ അമ്മേ അതിൻ്റെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട കളിപ്പാട്ടം കൊണ്ട് അമ്മയുടെ ബർത്ത്ഡേക്ക് കൊടുത്തു. അപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മേടിച്ച് തന്നപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ മേടിച്ച് തന്നപ്പോൾ എത്ര സന്തോഷമുണ്ടായി, അതിനേക്കാളും എനിക്ക് സന്തോഷം തോന്നി അത് ആ കുട്ടിക്ക് കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ. അപ്പോൾ കുട്ടികൾ ആത്മീയം കേട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ മറ്റൊരു കൊടുക്കുന്നതിൽ സന്തോഷിക്കുന്നു, കിട്ടുന്നതിനേക്കാളും കൊടുത്തപ്പോൾ സന്തോഷിച്ചു. ശരിക്കും നമുക്ക് ആത്മീയം മനസ്സിലാകുമ്പോൾ ആ ഹൃദയത്തിൽ വിശാലത വരികയും ബോധം മണ്ഡലം ഉണരുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ള അർത്ഥമാണ്. കൾച്ചർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സംസ്കാരം എന്നാണ് അർത്ഥം. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ സംസ്കരിച്ചെടുക്കുക. ഒരു അസുഖൻ്റെ മലോമൂത്രം എടുത്ത് ലാബിൽ വെച്ച് അണുക്കളെ വളർത്ത് അങ്ങനെയാണ് രോഗം കണ്ടുപിടിച്ച് ചികിത്സിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം അതേപോലെ ആ സംസ്കാരം മനസ്സിലാക്കിയപ്പോൾ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവരും ഒരേപോലെ പഠിച്ചു. അതനുസരിച്ച് കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഒരു പകുതി മുക്കാലും കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ എന്താ തെറ്റ് ശരിയെന്ന് കാണാൻ തുടങ്ങി. സാധനം വേണ്ട, അല്ലേ അത് വേണ്ട, പാവപ്പെട്ട കുട്ടിയുണ്ട് അതിന് കൊടുക്കാം എന്നൊക്കെ ഈ ചെറിയ പ്രായത്തിൽ അക്ഷരം പഠിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ അവർക്ക് ദാനം തുടങ്ങി. അതൊക്കെ കണ്ടതുകൊണ്ട് അമ്മയ്ക്ക് നമ്മൾ ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ വളർത്തിയാൽ ഈ ദാനധർമ്മങ്ങളും എല്ലാവരുടെ സ്നേഹവും, ഒരാൾക്ക് വയ്യാങ്കിൽ എല്ലാവരും പോയി കൂട്ടോ തിരക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ ഈ ഒരു മാറ്റം വരുത്താൻ സാധിക്കുമെന്നാണ് അമ്മയ്ക്ക് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട്. അമ്മ ഇത് പറയുന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ. ആവശ്യങ്ങളുടെ പറയുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഭൂമിയിൽ തന്നെ സ്വർഗമാക്കാം. ഒരു പൂത്തലിൽ നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു പൂന്തോട്ടം ഓർക്കുക, അതിൽ കുറേ കുട്ടികൾ ഓടിച്ചാടി കളിക്കുന്നു, അതിൽ പൂമ്പാറ്റകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ തേൻ കുടിച്ചും അത് മറന്നും കളിക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെയൊരു ലോകം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചു പോവാണ്. പൂമ്പാറ്റകളെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ എല്ലാ ജനങ്ങളും ആഹ്ലാദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും അവർക്ക് അവകാശപ്പെട്ടേ കിട്ടും. ഇവരുണ്ടാക്കുന്നെല്ലാം കൊടുക്കണമെന്ന് എന്തെങ്കിലും കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും അങ്ങോട്ട് ചാഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ദീപായി നമ്മൾ മാറില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ദീപായി കൊണ്ട് പോവാണ്, ഒരു സിംഗിളുടെ കണ്ണിയെ ആയിത്തീരും. വ്യക്തിയുടെയും കുടുംബത്തിൻ്റെയും സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെയും ലോകത്തിൻ്റെയും വളർച്ചയ്ക്കും വികാസത്തിനും സംസ്കാരം വളരണം. അതിനുള്ള അന്തരീക്ഷം മനസ്സിനുള്ളിലാണ് വളർത്തേണ്ടത്. ആ വളർച്ചയ്ക്കുള്ള സാഹചര്യം വീട്ടിലും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനത്തിലും കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കും.
Amma just beautifully articulated the gravity of the situation that we're all facing on the world stage. And I think it can be a little overwhelming, but when you hear that coming from the embodiment of compassion herself, and knowing that she's leading the charge for change, we can be hopeful. Today's session is going to show you the depth of a lot of the work being done under the banner of Civil 20, but there is a wide breadth of work associated with Civil 20. So what we'd like to do is play a short video for you that just briefly introduces you to the various working groups and themes that are touched under Civil 20, and then we'll continue with our work today. Thank you.
Civil 20, India 2023, envisions a conception of civil society 2.0. In a world where individual, family, society, market, and state can understand their respective roles better and supplement each other rather than engaging in conflicts. This year, the C20 symbolizes the flame of hope, self-motivation, and selfless service.
Amma is grateful to the Indian government for arranging such a high-quality meeting. All the issues raised here are vitally important. This should go beyond a mere physical meeting and become a true meeting, a meeting of hearts and minds. This is the only way to awaken ourselves and others.
This year, C20 working groups will focus on integrated holistic health, mind, body, and environment. Sustainable and resilient communities, climate, environment, and net zero targets. Education and digital transformation. Gender equality and disability. Technology, security, and transparency. Lifestyle for environment. Preservation and conservation of traditional arts, crafts, and culture. Human rights as human values. Revival of rivers and water management. Seva, sense of service, philanthropy, and volunteerism. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, The world is one family. Diversity, inclusion, and mutual respect. SDG 16 and promoting civic space. Delivering democracy through participatory governance.
With that, we will now invite Shri Vijay Nambiarji to share a few words. Ambassador Vijay Nambiar has served as the former special advisor to the UN Secretary General, Shri Ban Ki-moon. Prior to this, he was Deputy National Security Advisor to the Government of India and head of the National Security Council Secretariat. He has also served as the ambassador to several countries, including Pakistan, Malaysia, Algeria, Afghanistan, and China, and served as a permanent representative at the UN. During the course of his professional career in the Indian Foreign Service, he served in numerous bilateral and multilateral appointments in Beijing, Belgrade, and New York. He was involved at the delegation level in numerous UN and non-aligned summit and ministerial conferences since 1979. We welcome Nambiar sir to the podium.
First of all, let me express my humble pranams and pay obeisance to Her Holiness Amma and seek her blessings and grace for the successful conduct of this function. My pranams to the most reverend and respected Swami Amrita Swarupanandaji. My salutations to the other respected Swamijis present at this function. I am most grateful to you for inviting me to this retreat on the subject of compassion. I pay my respectful regards to the Mayor of Elburn, Mr. Walters, and to the other members on the dais here. I also would like to express my thanks to the intrepid C20 team that has been laboring tirelessly over the past several months of the C20 working group. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. As chair of Civil 20 Engagement Group, Amma has exemplified the principles of unity, solidarity, and compassion that form the foundation of our approach towards civil society. They are values she lives by, as she quite literally embraces all who come to her as one family. Apart from compassion, Amma also inspires another trait that, though expressed in an Indian term, is universal in its active expression. This is the concept of seva. We all know that seva has long been an integral part of Indian society, shaped by our traditions and value systems, and rooted in our religious and spiritual practices, and a major part of our cultural interactions. In India, these values are engendered into the minds of our youth, not just through teachings within families and through school textbooks, but through even the organization of institutions like the National Service Scheme, which provides opportunities to the youth in school, colleges, and universities to participate in community service activities. Interestingly, the colors of the National Service Scheme signify the energy and spirit, as well as the wider global context of the commitment of our youth. That is an expression of the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We all know that civil society is located between the state and the market and consists of institutions that, while not preventing the state from fulfilling its role as keepers of peace and an arbitrator between the major interests of societies, has the strength to transcend the state and prevent it from atomizing society. It seeks to bring public accountability and participatory governance, and it includes building a larger consensus on social goals. It strives not only in bringing centers of socioeconomic service to society, but also to educate and almost as keepers of the conscience of society. It provides moral compass to society. It helps to strengthen the sinews of the state and the health of our democracy. During the past few months, under India's aegis, the C20 has played an important role in highlighting the major issues facing the G20 as well as the broader international communities in the present fragile international situation. Within the C20, 16 working groups, as you've just seen, have been set up covering a range of priority concerns, and they have already examined a wide range of policy recommendations that will be shared with the concerned government shortly at the end of this month when we have the C20 summit in Jaipur. At several meetings at public meetings, the G20 Sherpa, who is the principal official of the G20 movement as a whole, has underlined the key and critical role which our organization, that is the C20, the Civil 20, has been playing. A further element in the activities during this year has been what is called the Jan Bhagidari in India, that is the involvement of the people, a people-centric approach that is spread covering not only the major capital and the major commercial regions like Delhi and Bombay, but covering more than 60 cities around the country. And we've had, apart from that, an opportunity to go to remote corners and build a consciousness of the major issues that civil society and the G20 governments will be involved in over the coming years. And that building of active consciousness has been an important part of India's chairship or presidency of the C20. Today, the world faces myriad challenges: climate change, the effects of the pandemic, the problems of achieving sustainable development goals, all require that everyone participates and engage with each other. Now, the Prime Minister, Modi, had given currency to what is called the concept of Aap Deepo Bhava, which has been strikingly adapted to serve the C20 line. You are the light. It is the small actions of individuals, he said, that can add up and make a big impact on issues like the climate crisis. What is needed is to create an ecosystem that will reinforce and enable socially responsible and environmentally friendly action. As we reach the halfway point of the implementation of the 2030 agenda, civil society calls upon the United Nations and G20 to take bold action, including through substantive financial commitments to critical SDG goals. This, I think, is an important an emphasis point which the civil society documents will hand out to G20 countries and to the UN. As our External Affairs Minister said recently at a public event, we in India are proud of our traditions and confident of our future, but we are also deeply committed to internationalism. Our larger international commitments are visible in our activities at the United Nations. We believe that multilateralism matters, really matters, and it is understood and it is under stress today as much from nationalism as from mercantilism. We believe, he said, that the Kindleberger trap, or the shortage of global public goods around the world, is far more serious than what is called the Thucydides trap. While most of humankind challenges are global, we still respond often only nationally. The centrality of the United Nations in international relations must be recognized, preserved, and protected. Adherence to international law is critical, he says. But if international regimes and institutions are to be credible, they must also be contemporary. Equally important, new issues will arise which require new rules and practices. This is particularly important as we see in a few days the high-level political forum at UN ECOSOC in New York and at the UN SDG Summit in September. The international community needs to radically redirect its priorities, as without true and bold commitments from governments and stakeholders towards the fulfillment of SDG goals, that is the Sustainable Development Goals, we risk failing to deliver on the promise of not leaving anyone behind. The C20 supports these broad ambitions, which will be, in fact, it will be identified in what is called the SDG Stimulus Plan, which the Secretary General has announced already. There is a very interesting, an interesting incident which I would like to mention in this respect. In March this year, following the run on the Silicon Valley Bank here in the United States, within days, the US Federal Reserve came up with emergency support to the beleaguered bank through what is called the BTFP, the Bank Term Funding Program, which offered loans to the Silicon Valley Bank against US treasuries at their face value. This was unprecedented because it was taken to the face value, which is, of course, as you know, very much higher than its market value. To deal with the incipient turmoil, the Fed also activated international dollar swaps. And within days, the problems of the Silicon Valley Bank were actually resolved. Around the same time, in Europe, the ailing Credit Suisse Bank faced a major crisis, which was taken over by another Swiss bank, also backed by the Swiss National Bank and the government of Switzerland. The situation in these two situations, though of course each situation is exceptional, it contrasted sharply with the experience of less fortunate countries around the world who faced acute distress, financial distress, like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, or Zambia, where the approach to the IMF typically took between 55 and 187 days, and normally entailed much higher interest rates than were charged to these cases mentioned, the two cases mentioned above. I say this because Muhammad Yunus, the Nobel laureate, and who was from the Grameen Bank, once observed that poverty was not created by poor people. It was created and sustained by the economic and social systems that were designed, that we have designed for ourselves, the institutions and concepts that make up the system, and by the policies we pursue. We all know that the pandemic pushed 200 million people below the poverty line. 100 million people lost their jobs around the world, and 75 countries were facing major debt crises. While post-pandemic risks linger, climate-related extreme weather events have begun to pose a grave threat around the world. And also, if you see public protests on the rise and violent conflicts have escalated in intensity, even in Europe, apart from Africa and elsewhere. But these challenges have also evoked imaginative and resilient responses around the globe. The threat of COVID resulted in the creation of a unified platform for outbreaks and emergencies, and a complex ecosystem of partnerships and alliances emerged to tackle the design and delivery of health responses. Climate change has prompted significant institutional innovations. The net zero movement has brought through diverse ecosystems of alliances to drive international climate action more purposefully. So, while the overall prospects remain grim, there are reasons for hope and confidence. It is this hope that motivates the C20 to speak out on such a range of issues affecting the international family of nations. We therefore call upon the G20, whose members command formidable, as Bhavani ji has said, economic and political power and influence, to act at both national and international levels to address the fundamental questions that I've just mentioned and work steadfastly to strengthen and reform the multilateral framework of the United Nations. Let me end by recalling to you 4 important initiatives that are being pioneered by the Amma civil society family, which are deeply inspiring and are being showcased in the policy documents of the C20 that we will present shortly. These are, 1, Ayudh, which stands for Amrita Yuva Dharmadhara, a Sanskrit term that means the youth who perpetuate the wheel of dharma. Established in 1985, it is an international youth movement of the Mutt and stretches across the world, covering Europe, North America, Asia, Australia, and Africa. Ayudh seeks to empower young people to integrate universal values into their daily lives. Starting with themselves, Ayudh seeks to establish a future of hope, peace, and social engagement while maintaining an awareness of spiritual principles. It aims to use the powerful force of young people to perpetuate harmony with nature, social justice, and personal empowerment. Number 2, Live-in Labs. Established in 2013 in India, this multidisciplinary international experiential learning program facilitates the research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions for current challenges faced by rural communities in India. The program covers over 160 projects in 22 states across India and touches the lives of approximately 600,000 rural residents. Now, with participation from over 30 institutions around the world, it is a unique mutual learning and sharing experience that breaks classroom and lab barriers to implement theoretical knowledge to address real-world problems. The third, the new GLIDES initiative launched a little over, I think, 2 months ago, which will create a global alliance of civil society organizations as part of Civil 20, working collectively to enable an inclusive, open, non-discriminatory, and fair digital society. With 29 CSOs from 22 countries signed up as members, GLIDES serves as a platform to provide opportunities for policy recommendations, sharing best practices, and collaborating on issues related to digital access, internet governance, and online safety. It will address pressing digital concerns like internet shutdowns, safe harbor, net neutrality, data privacy, and cybersecurity. The last is SRI, Sustainability and Resilience for Community Engagement and Empowerment, a platform set up by the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. This is a technology-based, crowdsourced platform integrated with a mobile application called Empower Community app. This platform enables bottom-up assessments, knowledge acquisition, and informed decision-making. SRI utilizes geo-enabled software and crowdsourced data to measure, map, analyze, and propose recommendations for community-level sustainability and resilience indicators. Implemented in multiple countries, this participatory solution helps mapping, monitoring, risk assessment, and deriving recommendations for sustainability. To my mind, these are significant contributions our working group has made towards a more compassionate and caring world. It is also most reassuring to see that under the G20 presidency of India, there is fresh appreciation of the immense value and contribution being made by national as well as global civil society organizations. As the chair of the C20, Amma stands as an iconic symbol of the theme of compassion and as the driving force for the transformation of the lives of common people around the entire world today. Thank you.
Thank you for those insightful words, Nambiarji. As a gesture of our gratitude, Mr. Nambiar will be presented with a gift. We will now invite Mr. Ramu Damodaran to say a few words. Ramu Damodaran served as the first chief of the United Nations Academic Impact, an initiative he was asked to devise and lead, which aims to align institutions of higher education with the UN's goals and mandates. With extensive experience in academia and international development, Mr. Damodaran is an expert in the intersection of education, sustainability, and global issues. His work has been instrumental in fostering partnerships between universities and the UN, promoting the power of education in achieving social change.
Thank you, thank you. I always fall short of Ambassador Nambiar. I pay obeisance to Amma, whose spirit is palpable with us today. My revered greetings to Swami Amrita Swarupanandaji and the other distinguished Swamijis who are with us. To the Mayor and President who has taken time off on a Saturday to be with us, and to all of you. I don't know how many of you were here last evening for the satsang and meditation, but I remember when guiding the meditation, Swamiji shared with us a beautiful metaphor of petals of peace falling from the sky. And he spoke about these petals bringing a sense of harmony to the world as a whole. And then he brought it back to the petals falling upon each one of us. And I think of the power of that metaphor at so many levels. Because a petal, by very definition, is a thing of beauty, but a thing that is on its way to dying. Because once you pluck the petal from a flower and bloom, it no longer has a sustenance of life, of living, of existence. And yet, in that final moment of being, it brings the message of peace to a planet at large, and to each one of us who inhabit it. And that is a metaphor, I think, which is true for all of us, because every moment we live is 1 second more to when we will no longer exist. So we are all those petals falling from the sky with a capacity to lend beauty, to lend enchantment, to bring the symbol of peace towards each other and to the world we live, because our time is far too short. And that, to my mind, is the whole rationale of coexistence. We have coexisted from the time before we were born. We coexisted with our mothers in their wombs. We have coexisted with each other, and all of us must recognize that while coexistence itself might be a limp phrase, it might not really summon the joy of being together, yet it is the very basic phrase. And when, as Ambassador Nambiar reminded us, when Amma gave us the slogan, "You are the light," she placed that responsibility upon each one of us as individuals. In the same spirit that she once said, the right thing to say is not, "I love you," but "I am love." Assume the responsibility. Do not allow yourself to cloak that responsibility in the sharing with another, which "I love you" indicates, or in the imperative or injunction of "be the light." Be confident that you are the light. And our entire Civil 20 movement, over, what is it now, barely 7 months, has been centered on that. I'm proud to have been a very small part of that movement under the leadership of Amma, of Ambassador Nambiar, of Swamiji, and our many, many partners across this world. Because at each stage, we have proved we can coexist. You take any one of our working groups, integrated health, take Ayurveda, the ancient Indian medical science, and what is known as TCM, or the traditional science, Chinese medicine, and think of the importance each one of them places upon the wholeness of the body, the capacity of the body to self-heal, the communion the body must have with nature, and the importance of prevention rather than remedy. So you will find that in everything we do, because the group that we created, the C20, was meant to coexist not only in current political and economic terms, but in the dynamics of their very being. And here I would very respectfully and affectionately disagree, as I have sometimes in the past, with my good friend Bhavaniji. I do not think that we can talk about a global south any longer. Look at the 4 nations that you brought, Bhavaniji. India, Brazil, South Africa, Indonesia. You spoke about what Amma has done for those affected by the conflict in Ukraine, India, and the North. When the COVID pandemic struck, it was India who sent its Maitri vaccines to the North. Germany, a member of the Germany, a pivotal member of the C20, announced a few months ago it was going to invest 200 million euros for the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. It's not just North and South, it's nations coming together. And let us not forget the other 2 nations that we mentioned, Indonesia and South Africa, in their history, have been guilty of the worst depredations of their populations and their neighbors, far more than any colonial power. Indonesia in what is now Timor-Leste, South Africa in what is now Namibia. But civil society, the power of civil society, and the imperative of coexistence forced governments to change not only minds, but themselves. I will always remember the first time I was privileged to hear Amma speak in public. In the year 2000, at the summit of the world's religions, which was held in the aftermath of the United Nations Millennium Summit in the year 2000. And she said, "We must see every nation as an integral part of every other nation." Think of that. Once you think about that, you realize we just do not coexist with others. The far greater responsibility is to coexist with ourselves. And similarly, when you talk about compassion, it's not just compassion for others. It is the sense of compassion for yourself. Because by being generous, by being giving, by being considerate, these are beyond acts of charity. These are acts of self-preservation, self-fulfillment, self-enhancement. And standing here today, in this great city of Chicago, my mind goes back to another event here, just over 130 years ago, when at another parliament of the world's religions, Swami Vivekananda spoke. And he spoke about fervently hoping that the bell that tolled that day would be the death knell of all fanaticism, of all persecutions, with the sword or with the pen, and of all uncharitable feelings between persons wending their way to the same goal. Each one of us is wending our way to the same goal. We choose different paths, and sometimes we choose those paths with hostility. We're inimical towards each other because we have failed to realize that ultimately there are so many levels of existence we need with each other and with ourselves, because ultimately the destiny that is written for us and the destiny towards which we will work is one and the same. There is no escape. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramuji, for those very, very, very inspiring words. As a gesture of our gratitude, Mr. Ramu Damodaran will now be presented with a small gift. We would now like to invite Pujya Swami Amrita Swarupanandapuri to say a few words. Swami Amrita Swarupanandapuri, Amma's most senior disciple, is the vice chairman of the Mata Amritanandamayi Math and president of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. He has been living in Amritapuri Ashram since its inception in the late 1970s. He holds a master's in philosophy and is a renowned author and translator, having translated and compiled more than 10 volumes of conversations between Amma and devotees into English. He is also a magnificent singer, as many of us know, and composer of bhajans, and has traveled around the world for over 3 decades with Amma in her service. We welcome Swamiji.
प्रेमामृतानन्दमय्यै नित्यं नमो नमः। ॐ प्रेमामृतानन्दमय्यै नित्यं नमो नमः। ॐ प्रेमामृतानन्दमय्यै नित्यं नमो नमः। I humbly bow down at Amma's sacred lotus feet. My Namaskaram's 11 greetings to Alban Mayer, Jeff Waltner, Mr. Vijay Nambiar, Mr. Ramu Damodar, and dear brothers and sisters. As all the previous speakers rightly pointed out, most of you don't like a long speech. So I promise I'll be as brief as possible, no matter how long it takes. And I would like to make a small correction before I begin my speech. Mr. Ramu Damodaranji said that the white flower meditation was mine. No, it's not mine at all. It was conceived by Amma. So I just wanted to make that correction. So we were talking about Seva. Vijay Nambiarji said about Seva. And I remember a beautiful saying. Actually, this is a Chinese saying, and it goes like this. If you want to be happy for an hour, go and take a nap. If you want to be happy for a day, go out for a picnic. If you want to be happy for a month, go get married. And if you want to be happy for a year, inherit a fortune. And if you want to be happy for your entire life, go serve others. Allow me to begin with one of Amma's anecdotes. Once a little boy came running to his father with a beautifully wrapped box in his hand. Bubbling with excitement, the boy yelled, "Happy birthday, Daddy! I got you the world's best gift. Open it fast." The father lovingly gathered his son in his arms and took the box from his little hands. The boy continued, "I'm sure you have never received such an expensive gift. Has my big brother ever gave you something so expensive? Quickly, Dad, open it fast." As the father inspected the box, he asked, "Thank you for the present. I'm sure that this is the best gift I have ever been given. But let me ask you, how did you get the money to buy this? And where did you get it?" The child proudly said, "Don't be silly, Daddy. I took your credit card." The little boy or the girl represents each one of us. We take everything from nature, from God, and arrogantly declare, "I did it. It's mine." And most of all, we have absolutely no gratitude towards the giver, the ultimate giver. Just imagine this. You are going to a hilly area, one of the most scenic places. It's a steep but gradual climb, but you have a huge backpack and one big bag in each of your hands. In addition, you also have a heavy suitcase attached to your head, and you're also wearing a heavy pair of shoes. Now, do you think this person would ever reach the beautiful hilltop? No. This is exactly what we are doing to solve the critical challenges the world is facing. Everyone carries the huge burden of their egos. And the ego is the heaviest thing in the world. Regardless of where they are and what they are doing, this is what every one of us do. And there is no genuine attitude of caring or sharing. There is neither compassion nor consideration in our actions. I'm not being pessimistic, but trying to be realistic. We are least bothered about understanding others. And for most of us, it is the ego that matters. As Amma says, the reason why our efforts to balance humanity's desires and the protection of nature fall short is mainly due to a lack of reverence, humility, and love in our actions and attitudes. In 2002, after a talk at the UN in Geneva, a mainstream TV channel asked Amma, there were so many people around Amma, and the reporter asked Amma, you have followers all over the world. Do they all worship you? And Amma's answer was spontaneous. Amma said, no, I worship them because everything is God. I have, collected all these anecdotes and jokes, but it has a message. I thought that was more engaging, that's why. Because I knew that my sisters and, the profound speakers here will cover all the technical aspects of C20 and G20. So one day, a boy who was regularly late to school showed up extremely late. The teacher got very angry with him and said, most days you are late like this, but today I will not allow it. I shall strike your name off the roll call. The boy said, sir, please look outside. It's pouring rain. It was so muddy on the way that if I took one step forward, I slipped 2 steps backward. How then could I arrive on time? The teacher asked, how then did you reach here now? The boy replied, sir, I walked backwards. And this is what we do. Compassion in action is not for others. It is for our own benefit. And compassion is not from you, not from the ego, or from me. It is not from an individual or from a specific space. It comes from God, from infinity, from the universe, from nature. And since compassion is the fundamental principle of existence, it is also our true nature. It has to be. Hence, it is important to establish a strong connection with compassion, which is our inner self, the very core of our existence. I remember a story. This is not a story. This is an incident of an old woman. We have an ongoing program of building houses for the poor across India. An old widow staying in one such house with earlobes elongated by heavy jewelry long since gone, no doubt to make ends meet. She had very poor eyesight, almost couldn't see anything. There, in the age-old tradition of India, as night was falling, the ancient woman was lighting a lamp in the doorway. And she did it entirely by touch because she was blind. A blind woman lighting a lamp for those who can see. We live in an age where the modern youth scoff at religious traditions and the way our forefathers lived in harmony with nature. They brand the ancient ways of worshipping nature as primitive and uncivilized. However, now humanity is slowly beginning to understand there is truth in the words of the seers. Hence, we see some small degree of effort to practice their advice. And what did our forefathers around the world do differently? Amma says they beautifully blended love and reverence for nature. While accepting, respecting, and approaching the visible world of diversity with a worshipful attitude, they also laid their faith in the one and truly limitless power behind the many names and forms. And this is exactly what we lack in our approach. Our scientific and technological community should also put efforts into creating a synthesis of science and spirituality in their respective areas, mainly the aspect of compassion, which is the fundamental teaching of all religions. They shouldn't be suspicious and reluctant to experiment with the spiritual recommendations offered to us by the ancient seers, especially when almost all their concerns about future humanity are coming true. There is no harm in trying their recommendations because we have been trying everything else. Safeguarding the borders and assuring security and protection for its people is certainly one of the prime duties of every country. Alongside, there is also a need to go beyond the divisions and differences and see the world from the perspective of the oneness principle, especially with the critical challenges both seen and unseen. Hence, the significance of practicing India's G20 theme, Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. Has great relevance. And the meaning of the entire Sanskrit verse, taken from the Mahopanishad, a part of Samaveda, is like this. The distinction, this person is mine and this one is not, is made only by narrow-minded people. For those of noble conduct, the whole world is one family, one unit. And this Vedic declaration is not only about peace and harmonious coexistence of various cultures and societies, but also indicates an ultimate truth, a law set by the universe about an unknowable or mysterious source. And it is an instruction to humanity that we should abide by that law and strive to live like a family. And the Indian scriptures call this dharma. We live in an age of instant breakfasts, lunches, and dinners. While preparing our food in our microwave oven, after spending another busy day at the office, we tend to forget that the food we are eating does not originate at the supermarket. What is true is that a star 150 million kilometers away gives light and energy to plants on planet Earth, which feeds us and animals too. Whether or not we like it or are aware of it, we are part of a fragile ecosystem that we are all dependent upon and responsible for. So let us try to have an awareness of this oneness behind the diverse nature of the world and help others and nature because they are part of us. Each of us is a part of the whole. Take what you need, but give back what you own to society, to nature. Otherwise, Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says you are a thief because you are encroaching others' territory. You are stealing the food that others deserve. This should be our ideology. The whole society, the entire creation, and every living being existing It exists, they all exist in the principle of giving. And this is what Hindu scriptures describe as yajna. Humanity should be grateful for what the natural world provides, including vegetation, soil, and trees. The teaching aims to encourage the view that the world's resources belongs to God. If humans instead view the world's resources as belonging to themselves, they are being selfish or greedy, and their actions will be considered theft. There is an incident in Amma's life when she was a little girl. One day, Amma's mother asked her to break a few leaves from a jackfruit tree to use them as a spoon to drink rice gruel. Amma went out and came back with a small branch. Amma's mother took her to task and asked, "This is violence, a sin. You have destroyed a part of the tree, and in that process, you have destroyed a part of you as well." So that is the teaching. When the trees, mountains, forests, rivers, and the whole of nature stand there with all their fullness and joy, we too are full and glorious. When we hurt them and exploit them out of ignorance and greed, we are creating wounds in them. And those wounds in the body of nature will in turn appear on our own inner and outer bodies. The governing power behind this universe, the diverse world, is limitless in nature. Hence, it does not create carbon copies. Only humans can be repetitive. The universe is not. Everything in creation, from the smallest to the biggest, those seemingly diverse are unique in nature. So diversity doesn't mean difference. On the contrary, it means unique, non-repetitive, but one. Take the example of twin babies. They look alike. However, they are not born at the same time. There will be a few seconds of difference in their birth timings. Through the seeming similarities of their external appearances, there will be differences in their physical appearance, intelligence, and emotional quotients. And with all the likenesses in their upbringing, education, finances, etc., 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 they will be diverse, but unique. So, let us not only brainstorm, discuss, debate, agree and disagree, but let us also do what needs to be done, forgetting all differences, and may our doing spring forth from our being, our soul, our heart. Let me conclude with Amma's words. Nature is our first mother. She nurtures us throughout our lives. Our birth mother may allow us to sit on her lap for a couple of years, but Mother Nature patiently bears our weight our entire life. Just as a child is obligated to his birth mother, we should all feel an obligation and responsibility towards Mother Nature. If we forget this responsibility, it is equal to forgetting our own self. If we forget nature, we will cease to exist. For to do so is to walk towards death. So establish a loving companionship with nature and learn to be compassionate. That indeed will take care of the climate change and will gradually lead us to sustainable development and resilience. Thank you so much. Om Amriteshwariyai Namah.
Thank you for those incredibly profound and inspiring words, Swamiji. Next, Swami Shantamrita Nandapuri, Director of MA Center Chicago, will come forward and deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Well, I would say we're all blessed to have such an enlightening inaugural ceremony, so please allow me to express our collective gratitude to our eminent guests. Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, we have Elburn Village Mayor Jeff Walters, Ambassador Vijay Nambiar, Mr. Ramu Damorada, Swami Amrita Suruparandaji, and the C20 Working Group Coordinators, Dr. Bhavani Rao, Dr. Prema, Dr. Krishna Shri, and Dr. Krish Ramachandran. And I would like to add to that a special thanks to all of you for your attentive participation. To me, it really feels like a family reunion for a variety of reasons. And I think when you think of it, that's no surprise, because we share the same mother as the chair of C20, Mata Amrita Anandamayi. All thanks to her. Without her, none of us would be here. And the greatest thanks go to her. And I would also like to say that you, as the audience, have been so attentive, listening and participating, so you also deserve a lot of thanks. We have a long day today, so I enjoy the rest of the activities, and I'll see you as well. Namaskar.
We will now listen to a beautiful original composition created specifically in honor of this symposium, reflecting the theme of this year's G20, which is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam.
Let us all give one more round of thanks to our incredibly distinguished guests. Thank you so much for being with us today. A couple of things. Later today at 5:45 p.m., we'll have a group photo in this very hall, so please plan to be here for that. We will shortly move to the working group portion of the day. Right now we have time for a short 5-minute break. So please be back in your seats at 12:10 because we have a special performance planned later. Okay, with that, thank you very much.
You are the light.
Namashvaya, just a quick announcement. We will be starting the next session shortly, so please return to your seats and come join us for the next session. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Just a quick reminder that unfortunately, due to time constraints, the Q&As during the sessions will be limited. However, many of our guests are on site and available for questions. I would now like to welcome Dr. Manisha Sudhir, Working Group Coordinator, Sustainable and Resilient Communities. Dr. Sudhir is the coordinator of the C20 Working Group on Sustainable and Resilient Communities, Climate, Environment, and Net Zero Targets. Dr. Sudhir is also the Provost of Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, AI plus X, at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She's also the Dean of Amrita School for Sustainable Development, Director of Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, AWNA, and the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. In a subject-wide analysis carried out by Stanford University here in the USA, Dr. Sudhir has been cited amongst the top 2% of scientists in the world based on the publication list on Scopus. She has more than 160 publications and 15 patents to her credit. Dr. Sudhir heads the Live in Labs program, which provides an opportunity for students and faculty to work extensively in more than 100 Indian villages, focusing on building sustainable solutions using experiential learning approaches. Her research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. Welcome, Dr. Sudhir.
Vishwa. Am I audible? Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha. Pranams at Amma's lotus feet. Pranams to each one of you there. Very happy to be part of this conclave. I'm honored and thankful to be part of this summit. Let me just try to share my screen so that I can start it. So I'm representing sustainable and resilient communities, climate, environment, and net zero targets. One of the working group under C20, under the C20. The guiding vision for this working group is from our Amma, our beloved Amma, Sri Mata Amritantamayi Devi, the chair of Civil 20. Everyone in the world should sleep without fear, at least for one night. Everyone in the world should eat to their fill, at least for one day. There should be one day when there is no violence, no one is injured, no one is harmed. All people, young and old, should serve the poor and needy, at least for one day. Serve selflessly. This is my dream. This is my prayer. At least this small dream be realized. This is what Amma had told to us, and we took this as the guiding vision for the working group. And if you look at the whole guiding vision, we can see that Amma is talking about climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction and resilience, food security, ecosystem restoration, climate justice and social justice, compassion-driven action. From this, we have derived the working group sub-themes. The sub-themes for this working group is climate resilience and social justice, environmental sustainability, net zero emission management, and compassion-driven approaches. As the Civil 20 work started, as initially we have actually tried to bring in the different CSOs who have worked at the grassroots level, who have the experience of what are the challenges the citizen is going through. We were able to bring in more than 700 plus CSOs from 60 plus countries to bring in what is their experience. What did they learn while they were in the ground, grassroots level working? What are the challenges they faced? How did they embrace the culture, the values, etc.? How did they engage individual manner or a group or a community or a CSO or a regional government bodies? And how did they empower ourselves, the community and stakeholders? This is something which we were trying to collect from the CSOs whom we engaged in a manner where we wanted to achieve Vasudhaiva Kudumbam, one earth, one family, one future, by identifying the gaps in building sustainable and resilient communities, in-depth engagement to unveil the existing policies, strategies, interventions and solutions, solicit recommendations and propose pathways for designing sustainable and resilient communities, collating and showcasing best practices prevalent in a multicultural perspective, and propose scalable models. For this, over time, we have actually engaged with these CSOs, and more than 80 plus events has been conducted with more than 250 plus speakers from 40 plus countries, and from 80 plus countries have participated in the whole events. We have engaged in multiple levels, where we've looked at how we can bring in the policy recommendations, how can we actually look at the best practices, how do we actually work with the nature and work for the nature, and bring in the global seed ball campaign, and bring in on a much more grassroots level the extraordinary stories about acts of compassion. And the culmination of all these events have been conducted in Sikkim, in the northeastern part of India, as a conclave with the 80 plus speakers from 22 countries and 2,000 plus participants, and 30 plus countries participated. In this, we had actually conducted 8 plenary sessions and 4 roundtable sessions, looking deeper into climate resilience, climate finance and social justice, food security and livelihood protection, environmental sustainability and biodiversity, net zero electricity, sustainable lifestyle, compassion as the driving force for sustainable and resilient communities, compassion-driven education and youth empowerment, and science and technologies for sustainable and resilient communities, policy, governance, and sustainable finance. Spiritual love, a compassionate approach as driving force for SRC. And along with that, we had also engaged every participant in IAM meditation, the launch of seed ball, presentation of the best practices, and dedicated roundtable on indigenous practices. We didn't stop with that, because Amma always wants us to work with the community and empower them. We had training sessions with the parallel training sessions spanning for 2 days with the capacity building in the areas of sustainable development, disaster resilience, energy awareness, with having more than 200 plus participants who later actually take up several events after we left Sikkim. Even now they engage with us and conduct several sustainable development awareness sessions and also building solutions. One of the major things over these many months of working in C20 was we started working very engaging with all these 700 plus CSOs, and we went more deeper into some of the NGOs where we have signed a memorandum of understanding with more than 11 CSOs to go deeper and work together as a global community. As you all know, that Amma has said that true compassion is the ability to see and know what is beyond. Only those who have the capacity to see beyond can offer real help and uplift others. Compassion is right understanding with a deeper knowledge of the person, the situation, and what he or she truly needs. So one of the major challenge which we have looked into is ecosystem degradation. And if you look at that, what makes the ecosystem degradation is we all have lost the connection to nature. We lost the gratitude to the nature. And the lack of understanding of interlinkages among the different ecosystems make us believe that if I do some action on one side, it doesn't affect on the other parts of the world. So because of this, we are not able to understand the impact of each and every action we are having. And most of the time, we have no time for engaging actions for common good. And Amma knows that what is we are lacking. Understanding this, Amma has brought in a very unique program called Global Seed Ball Campaign, with the objective of the campaign aims to produce and distribute seed balls globally to promote environmental sustainability and restoration of ecosystem with a target of 1 million seed balls. If you look at the whole initiative itself, it is derived from the love for the nature, the compassionate action and the gratitude so that we can light the lives for the future generation. And through this program, Amma is trying to bring awareness in each and every one of us, every individual, the community, and engage and empower them to bring in this behavioral change. Thus, Amma has brought in a simple and a holistic program, which today has taken up by world over. And this seed ball campaign has been happening in North America, Europe, Japan, India, Africa, and Australia, and different parts of the country in India also. And the best part is that the whole initiative has been taken up by the individuals who are from different age groups, from the children to the youth to the older age people. Everybody has engaged because it's a very simple program where they make the seed balls and then they throw into the forest where it will grow and it will actually support the ecosystem for tomorrow. And each of them has put in their effort because it takes only very little time, and the energy by which they are able to work together to bring in is what making it as a very massive event in all over the world. And this is one of the events which was taken. Like this, several events has happened in the whole 80 events which we have conducted, of which, based on collecting all of them together, these are some of the policy recommendations came for the ecosystem restoration, biodiversity protection. One is protection of important biodiversity hotspots, ecosystems, and the livelihoods by addressing the challenges of biodiversity loss and the spread of invasive species through conservation of native species and promotion of eco-villages through special schemes and funding mechanisms. If you see the eco-village itself, that is a concept which we actually have implemented in our French ashram and also in several of our ashram centers. Another major thing we have taken up based on Amma's initiatives are the sustainable water governance. We're establishing strong water governance frameworks to ensure sustainable and high quality water availability, legislation, monitoring and enforcement mechanism for promoting water efficient practices, collaboration on integrated water management and capacity building for community water champions. This has been done because Amma had actually made us to work in whole of the country to understand what are the water sustainability challenges, and based on that, and plus all the CSOs we work together to made us to understand these are the key areas which needs interventions. Another major area is the coastal conservation and nature-based solutions. As you all know that more and more stricter enforcement of coastal protection regulations and policies to safeguard marine resources, ecosystem and biodiversity, nature-based solutions should be integrated into the territorial planning for climate adaptation and infrastructure development, along with mobilizing private and international funding and matching grants. Ensuring rights, access and sustainability for food security, where we are looking into the gap which we have seen is that today we don't have, everybody does not have the access to these things. So how a policy recommendation which we are bringing in is ensure each and every individual have the right to access to safe, nutritious and culturally appropriate food, and adopt innovative food engineering technologies, as well as promote integration of traditional food practices like consumption of Ayurvedic leaves. At the same time, promote sustainable food consumption, reduce resource consumption and food waste generation. Based on the food intake and the water consumed at community level, people need to be made aware of sustainable practices. So each of these recommendations came from the discussions and dialogues which happened with the CSOs. And also, another major thing which they have proposed is that to make us responsible on creating sustainable food choices and fostering a gratitude-based approach, they want us to actually recommend the implement of environmental labeling and taxing of food products. and also implement a scheme where every food packet includes information on the man-hours involved, the number of individuals in the supply chain and resources utilized, which will force us to think who all have contributed for every piece of the food which goes into us. And this will also is another major challenge which we are seeing is whenever we work in the communities is the change in climate and which is impacting the agriculture practices. So one of the major recommendation is to promote dynamic management of crop diversity and diversity-based strategies to ensure nutritional needs of the community, enhance global investment to promote sustainable agriculture practices, training and educational programs need to be implemented. One of the major change which Amma has brought in the C20 was rather than only working with the CSOs, Amma has actually brought us more to the grassroots levels to bring in the citizens' voice by organizing inclusive and participatory meetings of all sections of rural communities with more than 1,900 plus villages from 8 Indian states, where they all have grouped together to tell us about what are their strengths, their weaknesses, where they want, where the policies are not reaching them, etc. And by seeing this work, other partners also have joined for collaborative engagement with us on different areas by Agrani Farad on West Bengal, Benswara in Rajasthan, Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh, etc. And each of these voices has actually helped us in developing the policy recommendations where they were talking about how the policies are not reaching them, their struggles in the lack of proper waste management, their damaged infrastructures, the rising temperature and scarcity, lack of proper diet causing malnutrition, etc. So several of the uncertainties which we have seen is in the healthcare, greater than 25 kilometers is where you will have a primary health center. Most of them have a rise and salt diet and medicine overdosage is happening and less than 50% of vaccination and inaccessible to tertiary care. On the education side, no access to online education. One school, one teacher for up to 8th standard. Agnostic to traditional culture and lack of skilling. On the agriculture side, unsustainable practices, less than 10% of diversification, less market access and less than 10% of awareness about government initiatives. And water, there is contaminated water, diarrhea and worms, zero awareness about waterborne diseases and no access to basic filtered water and equal access to water. These are only some of the grassroots, and there are a lot more which came from these C Chaupals, which helped us to derive the different policies. Some of the policies which came was the fostering peace, harmony by integrating cultural values and rediscovering local traditions. We promote a culture of peace, harmony with nature by emphasizing human culture and spiritual values for collective flourishing and well-being. Develop and implement strategies to rediscover local traditions, map them with respect to fostering peace, harmony, and ecosystem restoration, and scheme to encourage multinational corporation and business enterprises to adopt villages and provide support, and recommend the local universities to adopt the nearby communities to engage, support, and work in participatory manner. And another major recommendation is compassion as the foundational element in educational curriculum, where mandating the development of compassion-based educational frameworks that are tailored to local culture, social and economic context, and also the courses that will teach compassion and selflessness that needs to be developed from kindergarten to grade 12 and higher education. Not only that, they are also looking forward how we will train them on circular economy. So accelerate time-bound planning, funding and development of solutions, mandate decentralized, affordable, efficient and clean recycling, promote grassroots and frugal innovations for sustainable emission reduction. And as you all know that we all have moved along far away from the lifestyles which have actually cared for the nature and the ecosystem. So how lifestyle changes and demand reduction can be brought in. Redesign the communities, introduce policy incentives for high emission individuals, organizations, enterprise and communities to reduce consumption, promote redesign of living space, transformatively reduce the total geographical distance, incentivize transition to energy, food and water and resource. Deep decarbonization, where the recommendation is G20 must accelerate deep decarbonization initiatives across all sectors and immediately cease subsidies for fossil fuels, transparently determine and commit to peaks, incentivize adoption of energy efficient appliances, mandate time-bound renewable power ones. One of the major things what we have looked into is we have actually collected best practices from all the CSOs who have joined, and to try and find out what are the scalable models, what are the sustainable models from which we can actually learn, and that can become as the policy dimensions. So more than 100 plus udaharans received, extensive review and evaluation process happened, and presentations by selected 30 plus CSOs where examples of scalable pathways for building sustainable and self-reliant communities have brought in. I think this is one of the examples which came from Amma's
ഞാൻ ചെറുപ്രായത്തിൽ ഗ്രാമത്തിലാണ് ജനിച്ചത്. 1000 വീടിനോട് ഒരു പൈപ്പേ ഉള്ളു. രാവിലെ വെള്ളത്തിൽ നിന്നാൽ രാത്രി വരെ നിന്നാൽ ഒരു കുടം വെള്ളം കിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ കിട്ടുക തന്നെയില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് മുന്നോട്ട് പോയത്. അങ്ങനെ വളർന്ന് ഞാനായതാണ്. ഇപ്പോഴും വണ്ടി യാത്ര ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ റോഡിൽ എവിടെയെങ്കിലും പൈപ്പ് പൊട്ടി വെള്ളം പോകുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ശരീരത്തിന് വ്യക്തമാർന്ന് വന്ന പോലെ തോന്നും. വല്ലാണ്ട് വിഷമം തോന്നും. ഓടിച്ചെന്ന് ആരെങ്കിലും കണ്ടതെന്ന് ശരിയാക്കിയെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ വിഷമിച്ച് നിന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കും. അപ്പം എന്താണ് എനിക്ക് ഇല്ലാണ്ട് വളർന്നുകൊണ്ടാണ് ആ ഭാവം കൂടുതലും എനിക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്ത് ഉണ്ടാകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ നമ്മൾ വെള്ളത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യം എപ്പോഴും ഇല്ല വെള്ളം, എന്നാലും അതൊരു അവയർനെസ് കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന അപ്പോൾ ആ ഇല്ലായ്മ കൊണ്ട് നമുക്കത് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ പറ്റി. യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ, ലോകമുഴുക്കുള്ള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവരയക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ അവർ അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവർക്ക് അങ്ങനെ പേപ്പർ ചെയ്യിക്കുന്നതൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ്. അവിടെ ദുഃഖങ്ങളൊക്കെ കേട്ടിട്ട് അപ്പോൾ പാവപ്പെട്ടവർ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. അപ്പോൾ എന്തെടുക്കുമ്പോഴും അവർ ഈ ആഡംബരം എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും.
So this Amma's approach has been where Amma has motivated the Amrita University to bring in the Living Labs program, where the students from the interdisciplinary domains are sent to the villages, the rural communities, to experience the communities, and based on that, they utilize their multidisciplinary approach and theory into practice. They will use that to develop the research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions. So it provides an experiential learning where normally you see the grand challenges in the classroom, you listen and learn. In the laboratory, you explore and experiment. But in the village, you experience, where you will learn from the villager and you embrace their culture, get the insights, and based on that, you innovate and implement the sustainable solutions. And today, Amma has more than 500 plus villages where Amma's university students actually go to these communities, look at their challenges, and work with the communities and co-design solutions in the different areas as depicted in this slide. Today, we are running more than 165 projects with rural residents of contributing to more than 600,000 plus rural residents. We are working together with more than 200,000 plus field awares has been sent. And if you see this image, the India contribution by the students and faculty in different focus areas, or in each of these communities, they have built sustainable solutions and provided to the communities. And in each of these areas, how they have done is they have looked at what is the real challenge the community is having. The basic thing Amma said is you never go with a solution to them. You have to value them. You have to build a solution what they want. What is their pain point, you understand, and based on that pain point, you build the solution in the way they want. So they have to go with a clean slate, work with the community, and based on their needs, they co-design the solution and then build it. So like that, they have built water distribution system, sustainable rural sanitation model, empowering the artists to get them the profits required, providing them with respect to livelihoods, etc., and building. They looked into waste management, they looked into livelihood, they looked into disaster management, different areas on each of the communities, different things they have looked. So one example of the Guptapada, which is an Odisha place, if you see that students have looked into health, sanitation, water, livelihood, skill development, and they have provided solutions like smokeless cook stove, toilet construction, water distribution system, mushroom cultivation, and also Prime Minister's PMKVY. And it's not that one set of students, you build the students from different streams like engineering, biotechnology, social science, and worked collaboratively. The students from different parts of the world like UC Davis or Manchester or APFL, all of them came and they worked together to build. So what Amma is trying to do here is, Amma is trying to build compassion in each and every person who is engaging in that. Through compassion, she is changing, she is empowering the youth, and also Amma is empowering the community also. This is the model, one of the model which we are planning to take it as a scalable model globally. And today, has taken to the next level from community, where we are building community resilience resource centers. There are 14 communities which will act as hub and which will have a 200 spokes, where each of the community becomes resilience resource centers. And they will be built as resilient communities with an ICT backbone. And we have built an Empower Community app, which will map the community needs, their existing knowledge, their technology, etc. And based on that, they will understand each of them. For example, they will actually understand deeper into what are the water resources, how we are wasting it, what are the waste falling in, how are we using, everything through an initiative called Mera Gav Hamara Jal, My Village, Our Water. And then using that thing, we actually empower the communities to map and monitor the resources, and thus they equip the local administration, community organizations, etc., to bring in their own solutions and interventions, and thus geo-enabling the community to understand themselves what they need. And based on that, they will be actually to take the intervention forward. They will collaborate with women entrepreneurs, local self-help group, WAT members, etc., by bringing in the strategies like end-user engagement, self-governance, customized technology, etc. And not only that, this is just one example of water. Same way, different areas we are building, where the SRI platform comes in, where each and every action of the villagers, of the local administration, and all of the stakeholders will be mapped into the tool, where the sustainability activities will be mapped into it. And based on that, each of those things will have an index which can be cross-checked with the national average or global average, and which will give you the details of how you have to empower. Like if you see this one has water, skill, and agriculture and health. Each one of them has how state level you can do. What is the comparison with respect to state level? What is the national level? What is the village level? And even the each household level. So you can actually bring in a comprehensive interventions by working with them and taking forward. And taking forward, what Amma had done is, like most of the time we go to a community, we do some work for a very short period. Amma said that's not enough. You have to build the trust. You have to really understand their pain point. You need to spend time. Amma had brought in a PhD program under the School for Sustainable Development with scholarship, with every year Amma paying USD of 5.1 million per year for 100 students per year to work on these communities, where the faculty students and PhD students work together, where the mandated outcome is both scientific and societal. This is a transformative approach which Amma has brought in the educational system itself, where compassion becomes the foundation, and the output will have both societal and scientific aspect. So what Amma is bringing is a unique long-term solution with love and compassion as the base, and with short-term programs, Live-in Labs, and long-term PhD level programs with E4 Life, which is intended for poverty alleviation and sustainable development. And not only that, Amma also brought in compassion-driven research, where compassion becomes the most important thing, where what Amma is looking forward is how Amma turns each and every person in the university to think about how you can utilize the science. Here, what is happening is, like when whole world there is a lot of landslides. The landslide is third deadly disaster. Amma has actually motivated the scientists in the university to build the AI-enabled IoT system, which will early warn the landslides, and have made real deployments in Western Ghats and Northeastern Himalayas. And we are issuing early warnings every year. And whenever it's necessary, the people are evacuated to save their life. Not only that, then Amma also look at ocean emergencies, where Amma has asked the people in the university to build a system which can real-time monitor the fishing vessels and give them information of what is the status of the ocean and how they can save their life, and how they can also look at the fishing, the fish availability, so that the marine resources are optimally utilized. So the uniqueness what Amma is bringing in is, Amma is actually taking a real problem which is in the society and seeing what they need. Amma is trying to bring in the compassion in each one of us who are working here. And then based on that, the capabilities we have learned over years, utilize that, and then build a solution which is sustained, which will bring in resilience in the community and take forward. And that is how a unique change Amma is bringing without losing the best quality research output. And she makes sure that every piece of it, which is coming as an output, is actually useful for the community. And same way, Amma has actually built up a large work with respect to Kerala floods, where 400 plus students in the university has worked hard day in and day out with a 24-hour call center for relief and rescue activities of Kerala floods, which was an unprecedented event and unpredicted events. And at the same time, the solutions which were sitting in the backdrop of our software systems, Amma had asked us to take it out and use it for the community. And thus Amrita Kripa app has been brought in for the relief and rescue. And together more than 1 lakh people we were able to rescue as part of these initiatives. So whenever a need is coming, Amma is able to quickly transform each and every person and then use the compassion as the driving force to bring in this change. And this has forced us to come up with the policy recommendation for climate resilience and disaster, where enhancing regional climate resilience by compassion-driven pathways to saving lives, gender equitable and inclusive approaches, and support vulnerable sections by building the disaster management capabilities in them and developing and implementing early warning systems. And also develop incentives and policies to encourage private sector investments and also integrating indigenous knowledge and prioritize integrity and good governance. Another major thing is on the democratizing on the climate change efforts by ensuring the gender mainstreaming and also capacity building, and adopt a climate sensitive planning and come up with strategy to forecast displacements, policies for earmarking camps, supply chain pathways. We didn't stop with that. We went into extraordinary stories of acts of compassion, and we have collected what the others have also done as with respect to compassion, different changes which they have brought in the communities, like bringing back the ponds, regenerating things, collectively rebuilding the different things in Kenya, and bringing in a cleaner and greener community in Africa, helping hands in floods and action like that. Each one of them, all these have contributed in bringing in the policies. And we work together with all the NGOs, CSOs together. And thus these policy recommendations were brought in. With Amma's guidance, we were able to write this, and we hope that Amma will take forward this small work which all the group of people who are from all over the world has worked together with Amma's motivations, Amma's guidance, and that's how we were able to do, and a lot more we need to do for the society. And we hope by Amma's grace we will be able to do together, holding hands of each other, and maybe we'll be able to move forward and strengthen the world as Amma's world, where love and light prevails. Namah Shivaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir, for that very enlightening presentation covering a lot of content and showing just how much work has been done in a very short amount of time. It's very impressive. Let's watch a brief video on Amma's initiatives implemented for developing sustainable and resilient communities, ecosystem restoration, climate resilience, and environmental sustainability.
കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അനേക പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്കും സംഘർഷങ്ങൾക്കും ലോകം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിച്ചു. പ്രളയം നമുക്കൊരു താക്കീതായിരുന്നു, സന്ദേശമായിരുന്നു. സ്വാർത്ഥമായ താൽക്കാലിക ലാഭങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രകൃതി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് കാലങ്ങൾ കുറേയായി. അതിൻ്റെ ദിഗ്ധഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. ഓരോ വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പോഴും അത് നമുക്ക് ശവപ്പെട്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന വൃക്ഷം പോലായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുക.
love, serve, and be compassionate to all beings, disregarding all differences and barriers, is the vision and mission of Amrita University. Our Chancellor, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma, is the living embodiment of these very values. To instill this in all aspects of life, including the nature that we live in, a compassionate-driven approach to ecosystem conservation, restoration, and community-level hazard resilience has been embraced by Amma's organization since the mid-1980s.
അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അമ്മ പറയുക പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിനൊരു താളമുണ്ട്. ഈ വിശുദ്ധം അതിൽ അഖിലജീവിയാളും അഭേദ്യമായ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. പരസ്പരം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന നെറ്റ്വർക്കുകളാണ് ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചം. 4 പേര് ചേർന്ന് പിടിച്ച് ഇവരുടെ ഫോണിൽ സ്ഥലമുണ്ടായാൽ അതെല്ലായിടവും പ്രതിഫലിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നാം അറിഞ്ഞോ അറിയാതെയോ ഒറ്റയായോ കൂട്ടമായോ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ കർമ്മങ്ങളും പ്രപഞ്ചമാകുന്ന വരയുടെ ഫോണിൽ പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ മാറി നമ്മൾ മാറാൻ നടക്കില്ല. അവർ മാറിയില്ല നമ്മൾ മാറിയാലും മാറ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരും. നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് നോക്കണം. കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിന്.
Amma leads the largest global drive in the world to spread awareness on conserving natural resources. In this regard, Amma has traveled to 6 continents and addressed over 50 million people. For the last 32 years, Amma has delivered more than 10,000 talks, including talks at the UN General Assembly and other international platforms. Amma has consistently conveyed and mobilized millions of people in conserving the environment. As a member organization of the United Nations Billion Tree Campaign, Amma's initiative, called Green Friends, has planted millions of trees across Europe, America, Australia, and Asia. The Amrita Shri program was launched in 2006 with the goal of aiding 500,000 women through the development of self-help groups. To have a clean environment and enhance sanitation awareness in the community, the team has built more than 6,000 toilets with democratic participation. As an environmentally friendly alternative to sanitary pads, which causes a huge problem in landfills, a unique project, Symposium, has been initiated. Under this project, the team has imbibed Amma's motto of waste to wealth and has designed and distributed banana fiber-based pads by reusing the wasted fibers. This has helped to reduce the plastic waste and conserve the environment by using biodegradable and enhanced women's awareness on health and hygiene. These pads can be reused and are proven to be non-toxic. Achieving energy sustainability is of key importance as we might see a foreseeable lack of resources in the near future. Installation of a solar microgrid at Wayanad and a micro hydrogrid at Idukki are some of the key initiatives in this regard. To make clean drinking water accessible to one and all, Amma's organization has launched Vidyapeetham, a $15.2 million clean drinking water provisioning project for 5,000 villages in India, which has already reached more than 100,000 villages in Kerala receiving clean drinking water. Along with that, Amma has initiated several programs to provide water access by implementing water distribution systems, rainwater harvesting, and community-level purified drinking water systems. In today's world, where innovative farming methodology like organic farming, hydroponics, is the need of the hour, many of our campuses have been converted exclusively for this purpose. For instance, once a barren land, the Ettimade campus has been converted to lush agricultural land, and the produce is extensively used to feed communities. Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Coimbatore, has been awarded the #1 rank in the Technical Institutions category in the Swachhata Rankings 2017. A landslide early warning system has been developed using IoT and wireless technology. This has helped to develop community resilience and disaster risk reduction, thereby helping to save a lot of lives. This system has been implemented in the northeastern Himalayas and western Ghats of India. Amrita has pioneered initiatives like the implementation of the first IoT system for landslide detection and early warning, a crowdsourcing mobile application to manage the real-time risk level of floods, and an offshore communication system for fishermen to combat emergency storm tides by providing updates via internet connectivity. An Indo-German joint research initiative on urban flooding, codenamed Flood Evac, has been developed by Amrita University for monitoring and management of urban flooding using crowdsourcing. Amma's organization has always been at the forefront in the case of natural disasters by serving the victims with real-time medical assistance. The most challenging aspect of the aftermath of any disaster is rebuilding the social, physical, and emotional well-being of the affected community. Amma donated more than $12 million as a part of the Tsunami Relief Fund. The community members have been re-skilled by providing training in plumbing, driving, and many other vocational trades, thereby providing an income source. After the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, 30,000 saplings were planted along the shoreline to stabilize 13 kilometers of India's coastal area. Hundreds of children have been educated with scholarship programs. Amma's organization has spent over $75,000 for disaster relief, and over 100,000 homes have been built for the homeless. During the lockdown period, 45,000 crores have been distributed to the members of Amrita Shri Self-Help Group. As Amma continues to transform the world through practical initiatives aimed at holistic development, let's each of us do our part to revive Mother Nature to its glory.
We will now welcome Dr. Anand Patwardhan. Dr. Patwardhan is a professor in the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland, College Park, a PhD, Engineering and Public Policy from Carnegie Mellon University. Dr. Patwardhan's research focuses on mitigation and adaptation responses to climate change and the assessment of vulnerability and adaptation. He currently serves as co-chair of the Science Committee of the World Adaptation Science Program. We welcome you, Dr. Patwardhan.
Namaskar, pranams to Amma, greetings to everyone here. It is a real honor and a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon and share some thoughts. We've had some really inspiring messages this morning from Amma herself, from Swamiji, from Mr. Nambiar, from other distinguished speakers. And what I would like to do in a short while that I have now is to try and give you a sense of, from my perspective, how I can take some of the concepts and some of the very inspiring ideas of compassion, of values, and bring them in to the policy space. I'm a student of policy, a practitioner of policy, and so at the end of the day, I have to think about how do I take these concepts, which may seem very appealing, very inspiring, but also sometimes abstract, but convert them into things that seem more practical, that can inform actions, public policy actions. And what does that tell us about our policies today? What should we be doing differently? What should we be doing new that perhaps we are not doing before? So, which is sort of why I'd like to share some of these thoughts on how we might reimagine sustainability and resilience from a lens of compassion. So we face many serious and global challenges to sustainability. Many of them have been already mentioned here. Climate change is often regarded as sort of the defining problems of our time, but climate change is not the only serious and global challenge. There's the loss of biodiversity, indeed the loss of habitat, there's plastics and chemicals, there's the degradation of land, and of course there is climate change. And when we look at these problems, each one of them sometimes in isolation, what we often realize is that the root of them, there are often some root drivers. They may all look very different from each other. You might think of plastics on the one hand, we might think of climate change and emissions of greenhouse gases, or the loss of biodiversity. But at the root, they often have to do with consumption. And they often have to do with particular patterns of consumption. And those patterns of consumption have to do with ultimately what we decide, what our preferences are. Most tropical deforestation is due to 4 commodities: beef, soy, palm, and timber. And if you look at the 2 hotspots of tropical deforestation, which is Latin America and Southeast Asia, you will see that the bulk of the deforestation that you observe is because of commodities, and very specific commodities. So clearly, there is something at the core underlying all of the varying challenges to sustainability that we face. Sorry, seem to be going. All right. So as we think about sustainability, it's worth spending a moment reflecting on how we define it. How do we think about sustainability? The conventional framing of sustainability often splits into either what we call weak sustainability, where we think about sustainability essentially as endowments that we should leave for the future. And in this view, it doesn't really matter whether it's natural capital or manufactured capital. As long as we leave equal endowments for the future, we are okay, right? So it regards natural capital and human capital as substitutable in some ways. Well, strong sustainability goes a little bit beyond, right? It says that some kinds of natural capital, for example, species, are critical, they're unique, they can't really be replaced by anything. When you have extinction of species, you can't say, okay, we'll replace this by something else. They're not substitutable. But both concepts fundamentally at the core are anthropocentric. Right? They regard there's an inherent separation of humanity, of us from nature, and where we look at nature really as a provider of goods and services for our own consumption. In fact, the entire idea of human well-being at the center of ecosystem goods and services basically reinforces this separation, that nature exists essentially as a provider of goods and services. Some of them may be tangible, some of them may be intangible, but nonetheless, it is that separation. And material consumption becomes the metric then of success and growth. If you think about sustainability in this way, what does that lead to in terms of policy? Well, you can externalize the problem. You can say the problem is with markets. There is a failure of markets. We're not pricing things properly in the market. And so the dominant discipline here would be environmental economics, and that discipline would say, well, that problem can be fixed. The solution then is in taxing, is something like a carbon tax, because we have things that are not priced in the market. All we have to do is put a price on them, and if we do that, the problem will get fixed. We have externalized the problem to the market. We might externalize the problem to technology. You might say, well, we didn't really know that fossil fuels, they seem like a really good idea, sort of like chlorofluorocarbons that we used in aerosols. Excellent idea, great product, but we have a problem. Let's fix that problem by throwing more technology at the problem. Right? So if one kind of technology creates problems, let's invest in R&D. And so this is sort of what engineers and scientists would typically do. Say, okay, there's a problem with technology, throw more technology at the problem, we can fix it. Political scientists might look at this slightly differently. They say, well, we have the commons, we have the global atmosphere, the global oceans, and we don't have the right governance systems. We are just not managing them well. So what we really need is, it's a failure of institutions. And again, we have externalized that failure to something else outside us. And so we might hear calls for strengthening global governance. And it's not that any of these are wrong. They all have an element of truth to them. But what if the core issue, the failure, so to speak, is a failure of values and preferences? It's about excess consumption. Where do we look for solutions if the problem is us and cannot be really externalized? And that requires then a much more spiritual and ethical response as opposed to just a technological or economic or institutional response. So if we now step back and say, okay, so we had certain ways of thinking about sustainability, and that might not really give us full insight into the problem or what the solution is. And through a lens of compassion, a lot of what we heard this morning, how might we look at that issue of sustainability and resilience? Well, the first thing that strikes you is this is really about harmony and balance, that there are indeed multiple objectives. We have different objectives. We have social objectives. We have environmental objectives. We have economic objectives. And we need to seek a balance. There's a dynamic equilibrium. It might change over time. It might look very different in different countries. But we are really looking at balance, and we are looking at a balance that is ultimately based on principles of compassion, justice, and fairness. Those are the principles that will allow us to figure out what is that right balance and how we find that harmony. It will also suggest that perhaps what we are looking for are actions that are shared, that are collective, and that are holistic, that are not acting in silos. So we've heard about 16 different working groups under the C20 process. But as we just saw from some of the examples here, maybe what we need is actions that bring together health and environment, and that bring together livelihoods. And it brings it together in a way where all of those objectives are satisfied at once, because we cannot satisfy individual things, solve individual problems in isolation. If we really want to perhaps address livelihoods of farmers, maybe we need to change how we think about nutrition and how we think about food. And maybe we need to do that anyway from the grounds of a more integrated and holistic view of health. And maybe we need to do that anyway from the perspective of environmental degradation associated with pollution, with the use of pesticides and excess use of fertilizers in agriculture. So maybe a solution like regenerative agriculture and agroecological practices might not only allow us to solve nutrition, but also allow us to solve livelihoods, also allow us to solve environment all at the same time. So that the idea of some of these more integrated actions becomes more prominent. And then, of course, the whole notion of lifestyles, and Dr. Manisha mentioned this earlier, is how do we redefine what is a good life? And what does that tell us in terms of demand and our choices with regard to consumption? So what then are the implications of policy if we start reimagining and rethinking the challenges of sustainability? It might suggest, for example, that we think of biodiversity, we are thinking not only of creating more protected areas. We should create more protected areas, but then biodiversity is everywhere around us, in urban areas, in our production landscapes. And so really it tells us that when we are looking at protecting and promoting biodiversity, we are not only walling off protected areas, but we are looking at strengthening it everywhere. It might suggest, for example, that we need to lay much more emphasis on the circular economy and the bioeconomy, where we are looking at substitutes. And in fact, it is often said that when it comes to climate change, the really tough problem is not fuels. We can solve fuels through technology, right? You can substitute electricity production from fossil fuels, from coal and oil, by renewables. The really harder problem is feedstock. What are we going to do with the other products of refineries, which is petrochemicals? And so maybe the bioeconomy becomes important. How we look at agriculture and regenerative agriculture becomes important. And then ultimately, the whole notion of lifestyles and what does that mean in terms of demand becomes quite central. I just want to give a couple of examples to illustrate that this is not abstract. There's been a lot of recent work that has tried to advance this idea that if we focus not just on one set of goals, but we focus on multiple goals at the same time, we can actually get much more rapid progress. So if we focus on social goals of equity, of inclusion, we can actually get better environmental outcomes. We can become more ambitious when it comes to climate change, when it comes to deploying renewables, because finding ways by where these objectives become aligned then becomes actually a source of new solutions. And so this is something that has really come out today, is the idea that pursuing these different policy agendas in isolation is not as effective as pursuing them in synergy. And this is, in fact, one of the very interesting messages, and there's a lot of detail on this slide, so my apologies for it in advance, comes from the most recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. And centrally, one of the messages there is that approaches that emphasize sustainable lifestyles actually produce the maximum set of developmental benefit across all of the SDGs. We have heard about the SDGs here. And so the whole notion that what we are trying to do is by rethinking how we think about sustainability, we can maybe make progress on many fronts at the same time. So let me sort of wrap up with a few closing thoughts. So one idea I'd like to leave everyone with is the idea of integration. We have heard lots of really excellent examples across these different working groups. We have just, several of them here itself. From my perspective, I think the most exciting opportunity lies in finding the points of intersection across these working groups. Where can we bring the health agenda together with the environmental agenda, together with the climate agenda? How can we bring this together and find common cause across integration? Because at the one level, if you think about life's chronic diseases and more holistic approaches to health, it might suggest that we need to rethink our food system. Well, if we need to rethink our nutrition, maybe that provides us opportunity for us to reduce the environmental impact of food production. Maybe it also allows us to improve the livelihoods of subsistence farmers if they are producing things that are much more valuable. And so these agendas then come together. So how do we really bring together now across these different threads and find these approaches that integrate and then potentially create disruptive innovations that can meet these multiple goals? So this, to my mind, is, I think, a really exciting and unique opportunity that this C20 process might offer, is allowing us to work across these different silos that often are seeking that might provide new opportunities. It also suggests, I think, to me, that there's a huge room here for experimentation and innovation. There is no single silver bullet. There's going to be a diversity of solutions. And the more we are able to recognize and welcome this diversity, I think the faster will the overall transition to sustainability and resilience be. And that also means when we think of policy environments, we have to think of policy environments that actually support this experimentation and diversity. Lots of different things. I often sometimes try to, I call this the tyranny of best practice. We are all the time looking for best practices and saying, okay, what do we just take and replicate? But maybe what we have to think about is not so much best practice, but immersion practices. Practices are emerging through experimentation, and that is really where we need to emphasize. In my mind, the idea of synergy across these different objectives is really central. And I think the compassion and values allows us to bring together these seemingly very different and disparate objectives. And as an academic, it also means, and I think some of the examples that Dr. Manisha showed us of live-in labs and the PhD program are really significant because they are ways of transforming the research and knowledge system to make it much more integrated into what is happening, that allows us to blend traditional knowledge with current science, but also really take the lab out into the field and bring the field into the lab. And I think this change in the research and knowledge system can actually accelerate a lot of these solutions. So with that, I'd like to again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and I hope I have been able to give you a little bit of a sense of where I see the landscape as a student of policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patwardhan, for a very insightful presentation. And thank you to Dr. Sudhir as well. This has been a wonderful session on how sustainability and resilience can be built into communities across the world. Now I'm going to say the words that you've all been waiting to hear. We will now break for lunch. Please, wait, before you clap, please come back by 2 p.m. if you can, because we have a wonderful set of sessions lined up in the afternoon. You're really going to enjoy it. Thank you so much. Vishwa, just a quick announcement. Our program will be starting momentarily. Anyone who's in the hall is requested to come back and take a seat. Thank you so much. Those in the dining hall, we do humbly request that you wrap up as quickly as you can and try to make your way back to the hall. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. This is on. It's all right.
Now we know it works.
I know.
Yeah.
We're just getting ready for a seamless transition.
Oh, it's the down button goes to the next slide. Got it. Yeah, and the up button goes back.
Yeah, and don't press the top button. I realized. I learned that. Oh, they taped it. After my favorite, after my favorite.
So it's counted, yeah, so it's the reverse. So down is next, and then up, the up is back.
Hey, is someone downloading something on the desk? Is anyone downloading anything?
We are.
Can you stop?
Okay, tell out here.
It's in the street. It's in the street.
Oh, tell out here. She's right there.
Where are we at? Oh, that's good.
As long as, I'm not ready from the
You're fine. Hey, our cash is up to 70%. Our cash is up to 70%. I was scared. So, yeah.
tour here. It's very nice. Beautiful.
Remind us to ground us in
The real meaning and purpose of all of this. Absolutely, yeah. No, this is always nice. Actually, it's my first time inside the gym because I always come for the RP and the satsang, so this is nice too. Amma comes for darshan, yeah. Yes. Okay.
Pretty auspicious start to your talk.
Yep. No, her grace. So it's really nice to see everyone too. So a lot of familiar people, even people that I haven't met here but met in India, and also in India when I was at the inauguration last year. So. Family's doing well. They're unfortunately not here. They're all in Seattle right now. I was there last weekend during the 4th of July weekend. So we actually went to the satsang in Seattle last. Yes, he gave a satsang and darshan that was on Saturday. So there was also Guru Purnima. So we had a nice time together, family. Yeah. Yeah, they would have liked to have come otherwise. But online, I wasn't sure if, because I texted you, some of my colleagues and friends were asking, and they're like, oh, we want to attend. And I wasn't sure, I knew the video recording was going to be available, but like the online. And then they were like, oh, what time's your talk? And I didn't know because the program agenda hadn't still been updated, but hopefully it's updated. I know the program keeps changing with the timing and everything. But I just told them it's in the afternoon, probably 1, but and I sent them the link that they want to register and things like that. So. Oh, really? Wow. That's a. Yeah. And are you going to record this? Okay. Yeah. And I have everything on my slides is kind of public knowledge, because I give a lot of research talks where some of what we show is like unpublished, but in this type of nothing is barcode. you working in the pharma world, you kind of know the whole sort of restrictions with patents and blah blah blah. But we're off the hook on this. I'm off the hook on this one, so happy to share that publicly. So. Yeah, great. I did, yeah. Just had lunch actually with Swamiji. That was nice. We got to spend some time. And I ran into Karen Sneha as well. And hopefully, maybe after my talk, if there was some time, we could get through the talk. I know you had suggested that.
I did, yeah. I was hoping I would join you, but I asked to help with this. So.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you're busy with getting these together. So. But so I'll go back and have a seat then.
Great. We'll get started in just a minute.
So the slides will actually be visible on that screen? Okay, perfect. So then I don't need to actually turn back. I can just follow it from there. Yeah. Sounds good, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Next, I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Patnaik as our next speaker. Akash Patnaik, MD, PhD, MMSc, is a medical oncologist specializing in the care of patients with genitourinary cancers, including prostate, bladder, kidney, and testicular cancers. He also has a strong interest in the development of novel therapeutics for the treatment of advanced solid tumors. As an accomplished physician-scientist, Dr. Patnaik's work focuses on translating novel therapies from the laboratory to early-stage clinical trials. He's interested in developing personalized patient models of disease in order to interpret therapeutics, develop biomarkers, and help patients make informed decisions about their care. Dr. Patnaik has received numerous awards and recognition for his work, which include the John W. Kreider PhD Commencement Award in Cell and Molecular Biology, AACR Astellas Clinical/Translational Research Award, a Harvard-MIT Clinician Investigator Training Program Fellowship, a Prostate Cancer Foundation Young Investigator Award, and a DoD Prostate Cancer Physician Researcher Training Award. Please help me welcome Dr. Patnaik to the podium.
Thank you, Faith, for the kind introduction, and thank you to the organizing committee for providing me with the opportunity to share some of our thoughts and work as it relates to taking care of patients with cancer. And it's really a pleasure to be here amidst, friends, family, and, Amma's grace and vision. So I look forward to interacting more in the afternoon as well. So I'm going to start off by spending the next few minutes really talking about this question that I've thought about for a long time since I started my training as an oncology fellow back in Boston, where we're really interested in developing cutting-edge science to develop medicines to treat cancer patients. And we're really at a cusp of, a revolution. Sorry, let me point it in the right direction. There it goes. Yeah, we're at the cusp of a revolution to treat cancer patients with advancements in biomedicine over the last decade. But having said that, we've also entered an era of complexity as it relates to cancer patients, because sometimes what we put our patients through with respect to cutting-edge clinical trials, technology, and the application of science to develop new medicines may not always factor in the other aspects of their care, including end of life, spiritual aspects, as well as compassion. So this is, often thought of as, well, we're taking care of cancer patients and we should obviously be giving compassionate care. But it can be a double-edged sword, and that's what I wanted to highlight today as a potential challenge as we're entering this era of technology and medicine and new ways of treating cancer. But at the same time, not forgetting that the patient is really at the center of all of this. And so compassion and spiritual transformation as a vital component of personalized medicine, which is the era in which we live in, where no two cancers are the same, no two patients are the same, and we're tailoring therapy to the unique signature of the patient, not just at the genetic and the molecular level, but also at the level of their spiritual, emotional well-being. So, and I'm going to end by talking about some strategies where we can really think about integrative medicine approaches to deliver compassionate care to patients. So cancer, therapy has really undergone a revolution in the last 10 years with the development of several approaches to treat cancer. Much of this has stemmed from an improved understanding of the genetic and molecular underpinnings that predispose patients to cancer. And on the flip side, it has also led to the development of unprecedented opportunities for personalized medicines. So, we've become very good at, sort of use this terminology of being skilled molecular locksmiths, if you will, in terms of generating and engineering small molecules that can target specific pathways within cancer cells with the goal of killing cancer cells. More recently, and certainly near and dear to my heart, is this idea of unleashing the power of the immune system to attack and kill cancer. And that's a big focus of a lot of our research efforts in the lab. However, these medical developments, while they've improved substantially our ability to cure some patients and also improve longevity, they've also come at a price of toxicity, more visits to the hospital, more surveillance, and increased burden as patients are going through these end-stage treatments. So the humbling reality, as I mentioned, is that we're curing these patients, but the majority remain incurable. With immunotherapy, for example, we can substantially treat and cure about 20 to 25% of patients, which is really amazing with advanced cancer. But there are still about 75% of patients that don't respond or have limited responses. There's also this disconnect between cutting-edge biomedicine and the visible suffering of the dying cancer patients in the hospital. And then we also live in a world of virtual medicine where advancements of technology and virtual communication have really changed the relationship between patients and physicians and the healthcare system. So this has also posed a challenge to understanding how to deliver compassionate care in the digital and virtual age that we live in. So one of the tenets of compassionate medicine, in my view, is cultural literacy. And the reason I bring up this concept has to do with the fact that we live in a multicultural environment, particularly in the United States, but also increasingly true, and certainly true in India as well, where every state has a different language and different cultures. And how do we really think about addressing the multicultural diversity as it relates to personalized approaches and delivering compassionate care while respecting the cultural and spiritual beliefs of the patient? And this broad term of cultural literacy is, I think, a really important aspect of medicine and healthcare, and I think increasingly needs to be incorporated into training programs for residents and fellows and those of you that are aspiring to go into the fields of medicine. I think this becomes a really important aspect of compassionate care. Patients are also at different points in their emotional and spiritual journey. They're overwhelmed with feelings of anxiety, grief, loss, hopelessness, and they're faced with a lot of existential questions when we see them in clinic. Why did they get cancer? Why now? What's the meaning of this? How do they readjust their life and the life remaining to actually impact their well-being? And so patients struggle with their own mortality, and they're also asking questions about the diagnosis itself, whether it's going to completely change their life. Are there certain aspects of their quality of life that are still preserved? And so it's a big change in their life and existing belief system. And all of these aspects need to be addressed in a single visit where you're also thinking about cutting-edge treatments, and that's where the double-edged sword aspect comes in. If you have 20 minutes with a patient and you're thinking about all of the cutting-edge treatments that you could potentially offer them, but at the same time also think about their emotional and spiritual well-being and address it with compassion, is I think where our challenge lies, as we move forward. So the spiritual trajectory of the patient, I think, needs to be a central feature of personalized medicine if we plan to deliver compassionate care. And when I say spiritual trajectory, this obviously has different meanings for different people. There were some studies carried out almost 10 years back suggesting that the support of terminally ill patients in their spiritual needs, if delivered early, has been associated with improvements in quality of life and greater hospice utilization, hospice being one approach to deliver end-of-life care. And so I think engaging their spiritual belief system is something that I think as physicians we don't do a good job of. In fact, as cancer doctors, we're not even trained on how to take spiritual histories on patients. So I think that becomes a very important aspect of compassionate care in a multicultural and in a diverse setting. So there have been papers that have been published looking at sort of the biopsychosocial model of health. And compassion, I think, falls, front and center in this biopsychosocial model, where we're not just taking care, or should not just be taking care of the physical needs of the patient, but also the social, spiritual, and emotional needs. And the spiritual core really is almost synonymous with the compassionate aspect of it, because it's hard to deliver compassionate care without understanding the spiritual beliefs of the patient. And so in terms of possible strategies to deliver compassionate care in the setting of increasingly complex clinical trials and treatments that we have available for patients, is to really go back to the fundamentals and increase the need to practice the art of medicine, and not just the science and the clinical care aspects of it. And that requires integration of body, mind, and spirit. And physicians need to address the emotional and spiritual needs of their dying patients, and certainly should not overestimate their skills to address these needs. And the reason I say that is that we're trained to do certain things, but we really need to work in a team setting as a village, incorporating other types of healing strategies, including naturopathic medicine, hospital chaplaincy, and these are all approaches that should be integrated with the more traditional model of allopathic medicine. So the goal of integrative oncology would be to relieve treatment-related side effects, provide education for a healthy lifestyle, improve overall wellness and quality of life throughout the continuum of cancer survivorship. There are certainly mind-body practices that everybody here is familiar with, like yoga, meditation, acupuncture, but also integrating natural products. I mean, one of the questions that I get asked a lot in the clinic is, in addition to the conventional treatments, what are some of the natural remedies that can be deployed to improve quality of life? If it's not necessarily tailored towards treating the cancer, can quality of life be improved? And I think that's where collaborations with the naturopathic medicine colleagues is increasingly important. And then lifestyle modifications and hospital chaplains that are spiritually diverse, I think, makes also a difference as you think about integrating conventional allopathic strategies with other mind, body, spirit healing methodologies. So in the interest of time, just to sort of conclude with some of the key points that I hope I highlighted today, which is that compassion can be a powerful positive force in helping patients reframe their illness, find greater meaning in life, and recognize what is ultimately important and of value to them. Unresolved emotional and spiritual distress, which we do see in the clinic, can lead to poor quality of life and poor health outcomes. And it's important to appreciate that patients are at different points along this journey of spiritual transformation, and it's therefore critical that clinicians are trained to address these spiritual needs in a personalized manner, and that requires cultural literacy and a team-based approach. And every member of the healthcare team must assume some responsibility to attend to all of these dimensions of the patient's suffering, spiritual as well as psychosocial, in addition to the physical. And in this way, hopefully, we can deliver the most compassionate and personalized care with improved quality of life. And I wanted to just end with this interesting quote that I came across from Rachel Naomi Remen, and this is this whole concept of helping, fixing, and serving, which represent three different ways of viewing our roles in society. When you help, you see life as weak. When you fix, you see life as broken. But when you serve, you see life as a whole. And fixing and helping may be the work of the ego, but service is really the work of the soul. And that is something that Amma's teachings and grace and vision have all infused in us in a sense of service, regardless of what domain of society we reside in. And I've been grateful to have had the opportunity to visit the Amrita Hospital in Faridabad and do darshan and spend time with Amma. So I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here as well amidst all of you. And I also want to thank patients and their families for all of this perspective that I have today. And I'll stop here and happy to take any questions.
Our sincere thanks to Dr. Patnaik for coming and sharing his knowledge with us. Since we're short on time, if anyone does have any questions, Dr. Patnaik will be around in the hall, and you're more than welcome to approach him with some questions about the topic. As a gesture of our gratitude, Dr. Patnaik will be presented with a gift. Our next session will focus on the IHH, or Integrated Holistic Health Working Group, and how it looks to accomplish its goals of achieving accessible holistic healthcare for all. We'd like to welcome Dr. Satya Krishna Ramachandran, International Advisor to the IHH Working Group. Dr. Ramachandran is an internationally recognized leader in healthcare. He's an associate professor at Harvard Medical School, practices anesthesiology, and leads change across healthcare systems in the Boston area. He is the founding director of the International Institute for Health Innovation and is developing a center for global healthcare quality and safety at Boston. Dr. Ramachandran is one of 3 international advisors for integrated holistic health for C20 2023. Dr. Ramachandran.
Thank you for that introduction. And I'm very aware of the time of the day and the fact that you've just had lunch. As an anesthesiologist, you know if I've done a good job, you're all what's going to happen. So just keeping that in mind, I hope I do a really bad job here. Okay, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. One of the challenges that we had with the IHH was really focusing on what the scope of our work should be. And there were many previous models for it. There was the individual person's health, the public health model where you're looking at communities, the global health model where you're looking at the world as a large community. Especially with pandemics, this is a really big deal. And then there's these other concepts, One Health, which is really looking at that interface between humans, animals, and their various environments. Or planetary health, which is a layer even further set out, which is focusing on the achievement of the highest attainable standard of health, well-being, and equity worldwide, and talking about the ways in which we can get there, understanding that there are limits to things that we do. And many of the concepts that several people spoke about today are embedded in this definition of planetary health. But for this work, the IHH went beyond planetary health and integrated spiritual health as one of the fundamental aspects of our scope. And our inspiration for this was none other than Amma, Sri Mata Amrita Devi, who quite succinctly put it all together. This is essentially a scope statement. All living beings in creation are interdependent. The rhythm of nature depends upon humanity. It is necessary to maintain the rhythm of the mind, body, and soul for the sake of our health and lifespan, and for the sake of humankind and nature. So we recognize that in order to define our scope, we had to deepen and widen the scope of the SDG 3, which was to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. And for that, we identified 7 focus areas: mental health, the reduction of non-communicable diseases, elderly care, nutrition, holistic health, and traditional medicines, which included yoga, mindfulness, and meditation, women's and children's health, and One Health. So our process, we dug deep into design thinking, both the framework and the approach, and we recognized that we had to approach this with all the humility we had in our muster. And through January and February, we embarked on a voyage of discovery, which was essentially reaching out to various CSOs around the world. And we did that across 84 countries and over 1,000 CSOs and 20 states in India. I think the scale of this it really comes in perspective in the later part of this talk, but that's just a map of the various countries from which inputs were gained. The second step was to approach this with a sense of empathy. We used surveys, small group discussions, panel discussions, to really understand what the priorities were across the globe, the G20 states. The third was ideation, where we got people together in workshops. There were 24 such meetings where over 2,500 CSO participants gave their ideas. And so this is a very powerful example of how people are willing to give. The examples in the morning, you know, and I'm glad that actually there was a sufficient gap between me and Mr. Ramu Damodaran, who was just an amazing speaker. I mean, he spoke about the life of the petal, and here we have, you know, over 2,500 people coming together and putting their ideas together, knowing fully well that maybe their ideas would not get into the final document, but nonetheless that their contribution mattered. Some of this work was a collaborative work. This one was with the Gender Equity and Disability Group, meetings in Pune. There were meetings as far north as Rishikesh and as far south as Kollam. And our next step then was solutioning, and we did this in April through the IHI Summit in Delhi. And for this, we, of course, had this fabulous get-together, and unbelievable. If you've not been to this place, you absolutely have to go and see the Faridabad Hospital and the facilities there. There were over 650 CSOs from around the world who registered for this. And the energy of that place basically translated into the kind of work that these folks put in. And we were able to really prioritize based on that over the next 2 months what we should be working on and what we should be putting together in this final document. And during this space, what we did was took the data from all the previous 4 months and we provided it back to the working groups or the core committees. And each of these groups, each of these 7 groups, essentially worked together to prioritize what they wanted to finally come onto the document. It's a highly democratic process which respected not just which CSO you came from, whether you're more powerful or less powerful, but you know, what ideas actually mattered to people across the table. And finally, over the course of the last 3 or 4 months, we've been working in tandem with several folks to come up with a final policy statements. And so just to summarize, we started off with 84 countries and over 1,000 CSOs giving inputs, 7 working groups, and we're down to 3 main unified themes, which are mind, body, and environment. So consolidated policy recommendations are essentially for the mind, which is the first time we're actually calling out mental health as one of the goals for the C20. And I think this is an extremely powerful statement because it translates and energizes the entire IHH recommendations. And the way we're approaching it is to call for national mental health programs in all G20 countries with an aim to cover as many vulnerable populations as possible, especially women, children, and marginalized communities. The second is the body, and here we're really calling for digital health platforms which are contextualized for countries with a guarantee for access for all. And here the focus is really to take the expertise that we've developed in the G20 countries and be able to give back to some of the other countries who are struggling to achieve some of these larger SDG 3 goals. And finally, the environment, where we call for uniform One Health policy to be agreed upon and create an intersectoral global framework and treaty for zoonotic diseases and antimicrobial resistance. Now, some of this framework, as Mr. Nambiara said earlier in the morning, has already come to bear through the COVID pandemic. And our fervent hope is that the G20 heads of state will take our recommendations and move them to the next stage. I want to leave you with a deeper dive, and this is like peeling various layers of the onion. So initially we had a massive data, we consolidated it, we expanded it out, and we consolidated it again. And now we have the overall picture, the three main mind, body, and environment recommendations, and then under each we have sub-recommendations. And so the key things here are to look at developing national school curricula for mental health education, for looking at community and institutional mental health training. So really thinking about how we're going to affect mental health at the community level, and also think about how we're going to integrate mind-strengthening skills and knowledge through meditation, yoga, cognitive skills, and some complementary medicines as well for advancing positive mental health and resilience, preventing mental illness and suicidal behaviors, and reducing mental illness symptoms. And finally, to ensure free and quality mental health care that is integrated into all primary care services by 2030. The IHH working group, which is, I have to say, every one of my colleagues on this group worked tremendously much harder than I did for it. So I'm very grateful to be here, to be presenting essentially the bulk of their work under the leadership of Dr. Priya Nair at Kochi, Dr. Jaydeep Menon, Andy and Sarthak, who've been absolutely phenomenal in getting this together and really pulling together some of the great voices around the world to help us. Thank you. Did I stick to time?
To continue the IHH working group session, we will have a mental health panel facilitated by Sudha Darling.
So as Faith said, my name is Sudha Darling. I had the immense pleasure of supporting Dr. Priya Nair, the co-lead of the Integrated Holistic Health Working Group, since December. So it's been such an honor. I don't have a credential related to health, but it was such an incredible experience to be involved at a service project at this level. So very honored to be here, and I am very grateful to have some professionals who are going to speak on mental health with me here today. So as Dr. Ramakrishnan explained, mental health was a main focus of our working group. And I think in general, we've all been experiencing that the awareness of mental health and the issues associated with mental health are on the rise. Since the COVID pandemic, the statistics are quite alarming of the state of people's mental well-being. So an interesting part of this conversation is that mental health has not been a main focus for health at G20 until this year. So IHH working group is really bringing that to the forefront. So it's a very exciting part of the work being done. So with me today is Katya Marshall. She is a licensed professional counselor working in a collaborative primary care setting in Wisconsin and is on the board of directors for a Northern Illinois Suicide Prevention Task Force. Welcome, Katya.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
Also here is Valsala Tara Fox. She's the manager of the clinical program at the New York City Anti-Violence Project. She provides trauma-informed, justice-oriented, and identity-affirming services to survivors of violence. Welcome, Valsala. Thank you. Before we get started, I just wanted to share that this discussion will involve some mental health, some sensitive topics. So if you feel overwhelmed at any time and need to step out, please feel comfortable to do so. We also wanted to share a few slides. If you or someone you know is struggling with any type of mental health issues, there are many resources available. So they'll project a few slides. Oh, clicker. I have the clicker now. So shared now is the Mental Health National Crisis Line. All you have to do is call 988. Also a crisis text line. You text HOME to 741-741. And actually, the organization that Valsala works with has a 24-hour hotline for survivors of violence, so you can call and text this number here. We can go to the default slide. So just to begin this conversation, I wanted to ask both of you, why do you think conversations like this, talking about mental health, is important?
Well, first of all, I'm so excited that we are talking about mental health on this platform. It is not a common topic to be discussed, either on big platforms or among people on a day-to-day basis. It can be hard to bring up a mental health concern, and sometimes people don't always know how to respond. And so talking about mental health on this platform is one way that we hope to educate folks in how to respond. As they said before, there has been a great increase in mental health concerns in the primary care setting. We are treating ages 6 to 95. When people come in and speak with their doctors and mention a mental health concern, someone is available to come and talk with them. And we want to encourage people to be able to speak with their doctors as funding rolls out for primary care centers. In addition, when you are struggling with mental health, you may feel that you can't talk about it. And if there are more people who are comfortable talking about mental health and saying, hey, how are you doing? You don't seem like yourself, or I've noticed you're not sleeping as well as usual, then people will be able to open up a little bit more. And then if you've experienced something, which wouldn't be a surprise because so many of us have experienced higher levels of stress, higher levels of grief, and higher levels of substance use in the community, then you can share about your experience, and that will help both you and the people you're talking with.
Yeah, and even though we have been having more conversations, there still is so much stigma around having conversations around mental health because of all the ideas that we've kind of continued to maintain. And what we often see is that we've been taught to believe that, to see some people as normal and others as not. And that discrimination so often is made based on people's, the state of people's mental health. And then also gender, race, orientation, class, and physical ability. But that element of deciding what is acceptable or not does very often coincide with how well we are doing. And so when we kind of have that stigma, then it's very hard to be able to open up about it and talk about our mental health and seek support when we are struggling. And so I think one of the elements that is so important for us to keep in mind is how are we going to undo the shame of talking about it? How are we going to provide a platform where it feels okay to bring up uncomfortable emotions and to bring up mental illness in all the ways in which we have to be able to receive care and ongoing support or treatment. So I think raising that awareness is really how we can create that ripple effect of change for these conversations to feel more comfortable. Because it's hard, as Katya mentioned, it's hard to have these conversations because they touch each one of us so deeply, personally. And it takes a certain amount of vulnerability to be open about that. So I love to bring in the example that Amma often shares, that it's impossible to wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. And in the same way, it's impossible to treat mental health symptoms that we are pretending don't exist. And
Can we have a round of applause for that?
And so, yeah, just kind of taking it upon ourselves to be the change makers in that way of leading those conversations in all areas of our lives.
Thank you, Valsala. Katya, I know that you are on a suicide prevention task force. When we're thinking about suicide, what's the value of having conversations about topics like that?
One of the things that many people who are surprised to hear when they come to talk with me and say, I haven't been wanting to wake up in the morning, or I've been having thoughts that I'm just taking up space here, is that so many people have thoughts like that. That is actually only the first stage of having, taking a step towards taking one's life. That those are actually signs that we are overwhelmed and we need some support, we need resources, we need time, we need energy, and that our brains are just trying to find a way to solve a problem that doesn't feel solvable. And so by talking about suicide and talking about not wanting to wake up in the morning or feeling like you are taking up space in the world or are a burden to others, you can get the support that you need, and you can offer support to people. You can normalize that these thoughts come up when we feel overwhelmed and don't know how to handle problems. And then you can get treatment much sooner. And you can support friends and family in getting treatment much sooner, so that the early intervention provides, like you were saying, a ripple effect of positive growth in the community and ability to touch each other's lives in ways that feel meaningful and transformative.
Thank you. So, in your experience, how do you think mental health policies can better prioritize prevention and early intervention strategies?
Yeah, I think for prevention, education is the greatest tool we have. Really trying to make sure that we are integrating mental health information into our educational curriculums, but also really looking at what that means. How are we providing psychoeducation so that people have access to the knowledge they may need to know what's going on, what are the options available, what are the supports available. And on the other side of that, there's the kind of the systemic responsibility we all have to ensuring that people are able to take care of their mental health. And we need to make sure that people's basic needs are being met. If that's housing, healthcare, access to food, and access to feelings of safety and security, they play such an important part of our mental health. And what we see is, like, statistically, marginalized community members experience violence at such a higher rate and will experience way more trauma throughout their lives, that we also need to take that into account. And we often suggest that policymakers really look at people whose different identities and the intersections of those identities are going to make them the most vulnerable people and the most at risk of experiencing ongoing mental health disorders, etc. So really focusing on who is the most vulnerable and what are their needs in that moment.
I love that emphasis, because if we focus on the most vulnerable, we all come along, right?
Exactly.
And I also think it's important what you mentioned about basic needs, because G20 is an economic forum. So when we're thinking about how to support mental health and thinking about policy that supports our basic needs, to build an infrastructure for people, right? Make sure everyone has housing and their access to food and healthcare can help in so many ways. So I think it's very relevant. And Katya, did you want to add to that around, how do you think policy could help mitigate the onset or progression of mental illnesses?
Sure. I'd like to build on some of what you said in terms of providing psychoeducation to children in the communities. Having worked as a bullying, violence prevention, and substance abuse prevention educator in some middle schools in Florida, I saw how hungry the children were for this education. It was very moving to me how they would come to me afterwards and say, I really didn't know how smoking could damage the lungs, I'd really like to talk to my parents. How can I talk to my parents about what they're doing? Also with just learning basic problem-solving skills. In one of the talks, Amma said, we need to teach our children how to think. And technology is a wonderful tool, and it provides so much support in terms of providing information on hotlines like we discussed. And it's good to promote that kind of thing. And at the same time, teaching children how to think, teaching them how to solve basic problems, to analyze problems, brainstorm options, and come up with creative solutions is so important. They are hungry for this. And if we can implement solutions like, I think the program was called Second Step, in the schools across the community, those kids will just dive into this and appreciate it more than we could ever possibly know.
Amma has been emphasizing that compassion is the missing sustainable development goal. Compassion not just to others, but also to ourselves. How does awakening compassion contribute to individual, interpersonal, and collective well-being?
I can start talking a little bit about that. I think compassion is often viewed, when we just think about the word compassion, we see it as something very gentle, very, very kind, very soft. But I think in the way we've been speaking about it, compassion is fiercely powerful and is what allows us to kind of bring empathy and care into action. And it's what's going to kind of move the witnessing of other people's suffering into the part of ourselves that really wants to help and wants to support and wants to provide acceptance, understanding, and support in that moment of need. So I think, in a way, compassion is the tool we all have in the ways that we're going to relate to ourselves, others, and communities. And often it might be hard to know exactly how to do that without overextending ourselves. And so it's always a good tool to practice. How can we be compassionate with ourselves so that we know, what does that feel like? What is the level of acceptance and understanding we can provide ourselves so that we can then extend it to others and really create that imprint also in ourselves of knowing how do I show up fully, presently for somebody else in their moment of suffering in a way that is going to be helpful.
I really like what you said about compassion being about acceptance. I think, compassion is coming into the dialogue right now because there has been a need for this, a great need. And prior to this, there was a lot of talk about like self-esteem and feeling good about yourself. And still around the world, we hear stories about people consuming things to feel better about themselves, consuming ideas on the internet, always sort of searching outside the self to build the self. One of the well-known thinkers in the field of psychology is Dr. Kristen Neff, and she speaks about the difference between self-compassion and self-esteem. And self-esteem has a lot to do about I, me, and mine. It has a lot to do about comparing oneself to others and thinking, am I good enough? Have I done enough? Am I able to swim as fast as that person? Or am I able to do as much as this other person? And self-compassion is so different, and compassion for others is so different. It really looks at the context, and like Amma said in a slide earlier, so any kind of compassion is really about trying to accept and see where one is in the world or where another person is in the world and meet them where they're at. And so if you're tired, sleep. If you're hungry, eat. If you're sad, let yourself be sad and process that. Give yourself some downtime, and then you'll be able to rest and be able to be more present and fresh for other people.
I think, in preparing for this conversation, we were discussing there's a big emphasis on self-care. and it's an active thing that you're going to have a self-care day. And where do you see the difference between self-care and compassion in the mental health space?
Yeah, I think in a way they might not be as different as we think they are, because self-care can be self-compassion as well. It isn't always. I think the idea we have sometimes of this like self-care day is very superficial, but it could also just be a very deep understanding of oneself and self-compassion that we give ourselves in that moment to know what it is that we need to be well. And sometimes self-care is viewed as something very selfish, where we think, oh, I'm doing something for myself. This must be very selfish. I'm taking away from the energy I could be putting towards helping somebody else or doing good in the world and things like that. But it is also just a way of making sure that we are well enough to support somebody else. It's making sure that we're giving ourselves what it is that we need to have the capacity, the strength, the courage to go out and do the difficult things, to go out and do the courageous, difficult conversation having, or whatever it is that we're choosing to do in that moment, for which we do need to be well, because we see this when we overextend ourselves or we are burning ourselves out, that we don't have the capacity to be fully present. And that's where spiritual practices and mindfulness and grounding can really come into place, because we need to be well enough to really be there for somebody else.
So I think it's a really important point, is practices. So just to build on that, for individuals, communities, families, what is your advice for ways to improve mental health, for finding mental well-being?
One of the things that I think we can do is really be intentional about where our attention is and how we're spending our energy. When we come home, are we greeting each other at the door? When we leave, are we saying, have a wonderful day? Are we taking that time, or are our heads buried in our technologies? Are we taking time away from technology and really having face-to-face time with one another? I think that when people think about, mental health, they often think about it as like something going on in the mind, but it manifests in our actions and in our presence with others. And so when we pay attention to spiritual practice or meditation, we can also think about like what precedes actions that we do, and are we taking action that feels like self-care, eating a big piece of cake and saying, oh, I'll feel better if I do that, or are we taking actions that really attend to like the sweetness that we need to experience between one another, the connection that we need to experience between one another?
Yeah, and to add on to that, when you were talking about like what advice we can give also to like caretakers and parents who, are there for children in those moments, one thing that comes to mind is how are we teaching children and adults how to process adversity, how to process the challenges that are going to come and the mental health difficulties that we all inevitably go through at some point. And there's this like scene that I'm sure we've all seen before. If a child is running around playing and then falls and hurts their knee, we'll often immediately see a caretaker run and tell the child to stop crying because they're okay. We say like, oh no, don't cry, you're fine. And in that moment, we create this like little bit of a cognitive dissonance because the child just hurt their knee and they are in pain. They are going to be okay, but in that moment, they're feeling hurt. And we're telling them that they're okay and that they don't need to cry, they don't need to express sadness. And in a way, we see this throughout life over and over, where we do this as adults as well, where we'll have moments where we might feel depressed, but we're like, oh, but I shouldn't feel depressed because I have a good job, a good family, there's no reason for me to be depressed, and we invalidate our feelings. And then this doesn't allow us to actually access care or treatment or what we need to work through what's going on. So that would be like my one piece of advice, is making sure we're taking the time to validate feelings so that we can learn kind of a template how to teach ourselves that emotions, feelings, everything is temporary, and we will move through that very quickly because we can acknowledge it, and then a parent can come and bring a Band-Aid, bring medicine, give a hug, whatever is needed, and the child will use that template for later on when different challenges come up.
Valsala, you mentioned yoga and meditation as useful tools. Can you talk a little bit about the science behind that?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's so many ways in which they are not different from any mental health practices also. And there are a lot of ways in which meditation, for example, really affects certain parts of our brains that have to do with our self-awareness. Like by practicing meditation or yoga, we learn to ground ourselves in our bodies and in our minds, and to create flexibility and spaciousness that is going to allow us to move through challenges with more ease. And specifically, for example, if we experience a lot of anxiety, yoga and meditation can really help us to soothe our nervous system that might be hyperactivated, especially with overwhelm and with engaging with so many different screens and always being hyper connected in a lot of ways, but yet disconnected to people one-to-one. These practices really kind of bring us back to where we are in the present moment. And there's so much science out there, which I encourage everybody to check out on just how powerful those practices can be.
Well, thank you both so much for your time and your knowledge and your advice. Can we have a round of applause? So as we discussed, the power of practicing yoga and meditation is very important for our mental well-being. And one of the initiatives of the C20 Integrated Holistic Health Working Group was a challenge called 999, which was 9 days of yoga and meditation. And when we launched the campaign, we had the goal of 1 million participants. And as of International Yoga Day, which was a few weeks ago, we had 2.2 million participants in 50 countries. So we're just going to play a short video and then wrap up.
Health is a state of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being, not just the absence of disease. This year, the C20 Working Group Integrated Holistic Health aimed to promote practices that enhance our overall health and well-being, since prevention is always better than cure. What is the 999 Challenge? The 999 Challenge, born of Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi's, Amma's, wisdom, is an invitation to practice 9 minutes of meditation and 9 rounds of Surya Namaskar Yoga, Sun Salutation Yoga exercises, each day for 9 days. The 999 Challenge was created with the intent to enhance public awareness on the importance of meditation and yoga as wellness-enhancing practices. People all over the world, from all walks of life, have participated in the challenge.
It was a great experience.
I have successfully completed the 999 challenge
for 9 days, and I have seen phenomenal
impact in my life.
I was lucky enough to be a part of the 999 Yoga Challenge.
Has improved my physical strength and the confidence level in my life.
It also helping me.
Over the past 5 months, more than 2 million people have joined the challenge. School children, college students, corporate employees, elderly care home residents. People from all over the world have completed the challenge and shared how just 9 days of practice can create a very palpable feeling of positive health and well-being. Participate in the 999 challenge and learn how a small step makes a big difference in your life, guiding you to discover your inner power.
Thank you, Katya and Valsala, once again. And to all of you, thank you for listening. If you'd like to participate in the 999 challenge, you can go to ihhc20.org/999 and register, and you'll get all the materials. And there's also an Amrita yoga table in the back. And I think on your seats, there's additional information. So please participate. It's an excellent experience. Thank you all so much.
As a gesture of our gratitude, we are presenting our panelists with a gift. Next, we will start our session with the Technology, Security, and Transparency Working Group with some words from Working Group Lead Dr. Krishnashree Achyutan. Dr. Achyutan is the Dean of Postgraduate Programs at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She heads 4 other centers there, including the Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Networks, Amrita Technology Business Incubator, that's called Amrita TBI, and Amrita Technology Enabling Center to support medium and small enterprises. She also serves as the coordinator for Amrita Ahead online programs. Dr. Krishnashree is an ardent researcher with multidisciplinary interests. She has 34 US patents and over 130 publications to her credit. Prior to joining Amrita University in India, she worked in the Bay Area of California for advanced micro devices.
Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present some of the work done as part of the Technology, Security, and the Transparency Working Group. I'd like to express my gratitude to the chair of Civil 20, Srimata Amritandami Devi, or Amma, the C20 Troika members, the International Steering Group, the C20 Secretariat, the International Advisory Committee, my fellow working groups, leaders, all the members of Civil 20, the Chicago MA Center hosting team, Swami Dayamritanandapuri, Swami Shantamritanandapuri, Swamini Ambikamrita Prana, Brahmachari Ramanandamrita Ji, and all of you. Thank you all so much for welcoming us here. It's an absolute pleasure to really share with you, in a nutshell, the incredible amount of work that has happened in the past 6 months. So let me just start with the C20 legacy. If we looked at all the previous C20 groups In fact, there was no group that really focused on these particular topics, especially technology, security, and transparency. And this is the first time we were given an opportunity to explore the space. So as much as it was a beautiful opportunity, it was also an incredible challenge. Without Amma's direct guidance, this could have not been possible. She is the primary architect of our group recommendations, and I'm expressing once more our gratitude to her. The wonderful team of TST is again the reason why we were able to accomplish what we did, and here I acknowledge all of their participation and contribution. There were 4 sub-themes under this broad area. Obviously, as all of you know, technology is an extremely broad space. To compartmentalize that into 4 sub-themes itself was a difficult job. And here are they. So what I will do in my presentation quickly is to touch on key topical areas that are of primary interest, especially as we look at a completely technology-enabled era as we step into that. And the first topic really is on technology for empowerment. And the whole policy process had 2 parallel types of activities that we did. One was really deriving and distilling policies. The second was really community and awareness building. And really the policy generation required us to do significant amount of research, stakeholder engagement, so that we can produce evidence-based policies and also address emerging issues. And the stakeholder and community building helped to strengthen many of these policies and also assist with collaboration and cooperation amongst various different communities. So the first topic under the technology for empowerment really dealt with digital economy. As all of us know, the digital economy is crucial for driving innovation, enabling economic growth, especially with global connectivity and fostering extreme amount of propelment in terms of producing global audiences for anybody from anywhere using internet as a driving force. It makes many things available, highly efficient, produces more and more jobs for people, as well as boosts competitiveness. And ultimately, digital economy positions every country at the forefront of technological advancements in an interconnected world. And these are why digital economy plays a significant role. Today, 15% of the GDP is contributed by digital economy, and with its accelerated growth potentially by 2030, even 30% of it could be. And digital economy also is growing 2.5 times faster than the physical economy. So this is great, but what is really the challenge? The challenge is here. You see a graph on the left side, and this just shows some areas on the global map that look yellow in color and others dark. And this just shows the digital divide that exists today in terms of infrastructure, connectivity across the world. And what does it really do? It really causes extreme digital divide, data value chain disparity, and monopolization of dividends. So some countries that have better infrastructure would continue to do better, while others that don't will stay behind. And you can see on the right side, several countries, several regions that show between rural and urban areas what is the digital divide. The other aspect of it is today there are 7,000 languages in the world. However, there are only 10 languages present on the internet. And of this, 61% of the content is purely in English. So many countries that are non-English speaking do not have access to important content. The other challenge we dealt with relates to assistive technologies. Over 1 billion people today require assistive technologies. And the difficult part of assistive technologies is that even if they're available, they're completely unaffordable for most people that need it in the least developed countries. So it's super important for us to be able to bring policies that actually enable even people that require assistance to participate in a digital ecosystem and achieve financial independence and resilience. So with that, some of the policy directions that we took included, I'm not able to see my screen. Can I just get some help? Great. Accessibility and availability, strengthening of efforts, and really providing multilingual internet, inclusivity of technology for the disabled, and also promotion of many low-cost technology development and technology dissemination. With that, I'm going to the next vertical, which really dealt with a lot of cybercrime. In fact, the presence of widespread cybercrime and cyber insecurity is now one of the top 10 global risks in the world. And this is primarily because of the elusive nature of virtual attackers on the cyberspace, and there's significant amount of effort required by governments, by business owners, by regulators, by consumers to be able to safeguard the internet from such threats. And we'll have to actually condemn also potentially the targets that range from individuals to governments to critical infrastructure, in fact. Because once you really impact critical infrastructure like the water systems or the financial systems, etc., the impact can be colossal and the ramifications could be quite large in society. And so some of the causes are really these deepening geopolitical tensions, the scaling up of technology, the lack of experts, the lack of cyber hygiene practices that are being done. Some of these are the causes for it. The next aspect I wanted to touch relates to, move the slide for me. So I don't know how many of you have heard about cyber pandemic, but all of you have heard of the COVID pandemic, but this is, you could say, a parallel to it. So you might have very sophisticated systems, a wonderful home that you can, use your remote to open the garage, the doors, turn off the fans, the lights, etc. All of your data, a car, the banking services that you actually work with through your mobile phone, etc. But if there was a potential for a coordinated cyber pandemic, you might have it all, but yet not be able to connect with anything. So this is the potential risk that we are seeing with such growing instances of cybercrime, even touching close to $11 trillion potentially in cost to us by 2025. The other two topics under this broad umbrella really is something that's close to our hearts. It deals with online harassment, cyberbullying, etc. Very recently, this does seem like teachers' #1 concern about safety, about children in school, where they report that cyberbullying is the #1 safety concern. And secondly, as UNICEF reports, 1 in 3 internet users have said that they have been cyberbullied at least once. So all of this is critical because this has a direct impact on the mental health of children. And you just heard some of the very good, important directions on mental health in the earlier session. And also you heard this being mentioned by Amma herself this morning, where technology addiction is also kind of a growing menace today. Something that we don't necessarily know about, but the fact is that most of us, including me, have a problem with technology in terms of you overusing it sometimes, and staying detached from it sometimes can be a challenge. So what it does, use of technology itself is not the problem, but the content that we really interact with on a day-to-day basis does have. I flew from San Francisco to Chicago yesterday, and the person next to me was playing a game, a video game of shooting other people. And this is the type of things that happen all the time, especially if you look at the gaming industry, 50% of the games have violence in them, and what does that really do to kids that actually use and play it? So with that, I think I want to move to the third vertical. AI and data for society this year has been a very, very big year, where with the introduction of ChatGPT, all of our activities have morphed into doing referencing ChatGPT for many things, and I have actually two of my panel members that will be talking in a little bit more detail, so I won't really touch too many aspects of it. But the fact is that the transformative power of AI has really revolutionized industries, and the fact that AI algorithms can actually churn and analyze vast amounts of data, uncover patterns, and actually produce incredible insights into the data is unprecedented. So I think we see that AI has a potential to perhaps change the or enable development of innovative products and solutions, and even potentially address complex societal challenges like healthcare advancement or environmental sustainability. But at the same time, there's a lot we do not know about what are the implicit dangers with AI. And these are some topics that we'll be discussing shortly. And finally, the topic that I really wanted to discuss was related to information disorder or misinformation. And this can affect individuals, communities, and actually democratic processes. The magnitude of the impact is so staggering that false narratives, manipulative content, misleading information can completely harass people and institutions and bring down or erode the credibility of many institutions. And it can also exacerbate societal divisions and even hamper critical thinking or obstruct informed decision-making. So some of these are the challenges that we are seeing. As you can see here, the cost of disinformation worldwide today stands at $78 billion. And that graph that you see on the right side is the number of social media users. So much of the people that are going to be in social media are going to be affected by this. We have seen election results swayed. We have seen, I'll show you another example of what happened during COVID. This is a picture of actually analysis of social media tweets just done in Latin America and the Caribbean. And what it shows is 0.7% of the users on the social media have influenced the information pollution of up to 24% on the internet. Now, compound this with AI bots that can actually imitate these users and produce much, much more noise in the social media space. What would it be? Everything you're reading, you have no idea whether this is real or fake, right? So that's the implication that we're looking at from disinformation. Another important aspect is really building of trust, and trust has a direct impact on the GDP, as we can see here. 5% increase in trust actually relates to $3,000 in GDP per capita, which is extremely significant. So while the digital economy is expected to grow up to close to $20.8 trillion by 2025, the cost of cybercrime is going to be half that. So what is the point here? So unless we try to prevent some of these the costs and these attacks and really build a resilient community, we are not going to be able to take advantage of the tremendous hard work we are putting towards to build that digital economy. Now with that, I'm going to transition into some of the initiatives this group has made. The first one is Glides. You had heard that from, I think it's going way too fast. I'm sorry about that. I am not sure how to navigate this faster. So anyway, so the point is that we had at least 5 initiatives taken as part of our working group. One was Glides, which is really building alliance for digital governance and safety across multiple countries. Today we have 22 countries as part of it, where we share best practices, discuss policies. The second really relates to training civil society members. In fact, in our research, we found that civil society organizations are the most vulnerable, perhaps because of their nature to do advocacy work. They are targeted quite a bit because they're quite frank in their opinions and they're extremely strong in their endeavor to really do groundwork. So we did take it on ourselves to really build modules to really educate them on resilience and safety. The third was really related to really empowering women. As we know, there's a significant amount of gender gap, and how do we really train women to represent themselves in management boards, et cetera, and we're working with an NGO here in the United States on how women lead to be able to do that. The fourth was really an application of technology for empowerment in being able to safeguard assets, and the fifth was really a youth-related program to be safe and brave online. Finally, what I'd like to say is that when we started this process, we literally pulled up the map of the world and India and tried to reach out to as many countries as possible, because that is what our chair wanted. She wanted to hear what are the real problems everybody faces so that our policies are highly realistic from that perspective and really truly represent the civil society's voice. And this shows, the map really shows the entire set of countries we reached out to. And this just shows the numerous activities we did, the various topics we discussed. This is just a glimpse of that. I'm not showing you every single detail here. And today we stand here touching close to 122 countries from 6 continents who have participated, who have really provided input into our process. Now with that, this is my summary slide that just says that we've reached out to over 1,000 civil society organizations. We've done India-wide events, international events in Santa Clara, in Melbourne, in Tel Aviv, Munich, that's happening next week. We have launched 5 major initiatives involving 20+ countries. We've done significant amount of awareness and training, and also done a lot of interaction with other engagement groups and produced 20 distinct recommendations to the G20 countries. With that, I'd like to now invite my very accomplished panelists to the podium here, Dr. Manish Gupta and Dr. Michael Darling.
Dr. Manish Gupta, a PhD in applied mathematics from Harvard University, is currently a staff research scientist at Google, leading research in AI, particularly natural language processing and recommender systems. Dr. Gupta conducted doctoral and postdoctoral research in collaboration with Harvard Medical School and has several publications and patents in health AI and natural language processing. Dr. Michael Darling is a senior research and development data scientist at Sandia National Laboratories. His primary focus is on uncertainty quantification and improving decision-making for machine learning models.
Thank you both for being here. So my first question is to Manish. So like I mentioned, I think every one of us has interacted with ChatGPT this year. And we all know that these large language models are behind, you could say, the engine of ChatGPT. At least that's what all of us have heard. Now, is it like, can you share with us what are the workings of these large language models? Is it like an autocomplete? What is the big hype about it? Share with us your thoughts.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Krishnashri, for the question. So yeah, so yes, large language models or language models really are just a fancy autocomplete, And why are we so obsessed with them today? But actually, we have been obsessed with them since the 60s. In the AI, AI has been there since the 60s, and there was this model called ELIZA. I don't know if some of you have heard of it, which basically was an AI therapist. And it was just using simple rules to generate new somebody would say something, it'll just repeat it back or something else. And that was the first AI system, first language model. Now what's happened is, and I'm just going to give a little context into why there's such a hype today about it, is because what's happened is that over time, people started developing more models like statistical models, but after rule-based. But the problem was all of these models were just symbolic, which means that they just manipulated language tokens as symbols. And people started to realize that it had limited capacity. So what that means is that it could only process just a little section of what you said, and that's what we call context. So people realized if you wanted to have much longer context, you needed to increase the capacity. And so, back in the 80s and, through that time, people started working on neural networks. And neural networks have this immense capacity to process and learn things from data. But what actually happened is that in that process is that they didn't work with symbols. Neural networks work with sort of mathematical representations of language. And they work with abstract representations. So in that process, when you're trying to learn those abstract representations, you actually learn something about some complex relationships between objects or concepts. So I'll give you a simple example. I know if this sounds very abstract. And this is an example I used sometimes when I used to teach this class on natural language processing. I would use this simple phrase. Just imagine the phrase. It says, red tape holds up new bridge construction, right? Now, obviously, not talking about, again, the sentence is red tape holds up new bridge construction. Now, it doesn't, actually, let me repeat the phrase, sorry. The red tape holds up new bridge. That's what the phrase is. Red tape holds up new bridge. Obviously, it doesn't mean that red tape is used to hold the bridge, right? It basically means red tape as in bureaucracy, right? But if you want to be able to understand that sentence, what you need to understand is you need to understand a lot more complicated. You need to understand that a bridge is a huge object. It has a massive weight. Construction of bridges takes many organizations, so there can be red tape along with that. So you need to understand a lot more relations between things. Now so if you want to be able to understand longer contexts of text, you're actually implicitly building this model of the world. And that's why I think what happens is you're not just getting language, you're not just understanding language, you're understanding a lot of other knowledge that you would not have been able to really learn. So that's why these things have become so powerful, because they are actually really understanding concepts. Now, you would also ask, why now, right? I mean, the neural networks have been there since the 80s. Of course, the question is that, we needed to wait for this to happen because now we have these networks require a lot of data. They also require a lot of immense computing power. They also require the special types of architectures, like the so-called transformer. The T in the GPT is transformer, which is like a particular architecture that allows you to parallel process long contexts of data. So we needed all that to mature to be able to come to this point. But this was all gradual. This has been happening since the 80s, and things were ramping up. But what happened this year, right? And this is where I think something else came up, which is called the emergent properties. So what happened is that people realized these large language models suddenly were able to do tasks that they could not do before. And this is called emergent properties or unpredictability. And that's why I think there's a lot of fear and there's a lot of also potential, because what these language models can do is they can do a lot more tasks that nobody could even think of. And they didn't even build them for that. They can do tasks now that were not even unpredictable. Like they can even understand human emotion. There's claims. First of all, I also want to make a disclaimer. These are all my personal opinions. I'm not representing any organization here. So there are claims that can understand human emotion. They can do all kinds of complicated mathematics, prove theorems, all kinds of things, which basically comes from this emergent properties. So I think that's why there's a big hype.
What's your thought, Michael, on that?
I defer to Dr. Gupta on these issues, as they're more his level of a particular area of expertise than mine. But from where I sit, a lot of it, claims like understanding human emotion, it sounds like marketing, and there's a lot of these models are actually a lot simpler than we might think. And as he was saying, gained power and popularity because we recently gained the computing power to just put a lot of stuff together, right? And just, the models are not that great or that complicated. And in fact, I think the first neural network was actually in the 40s, right? In the perceptron. It wasn't until today that we could feed them enough data for them to really be all that useful, would you say? So, I mean, in one sense, it's not a very elegant solution, right? It's not like, oh, this thing is so smart, you show it something and it knows something. No, you just have to give it more and more and more and more and more and more information, right? And you just have to keep feeding it and feeding it and feeding it and feeding it. It's a really dumb child, right? So, I don't find the technology itself to be all that impressive. And the other thing that it often does not get spoken about is how much human involvement is there in making so-called artificial intelligence intelligent, right? There are teams of people, huge amounts of people all over the world collecting the data for these models to learn from. And sometimes working at like $1 an hour and maybe even less. And there's a lot of issues with that too, because it's unsteady work, it comes and goes. A lot of times people don't even know what they're doing. They're just like asked to label, stoplights on a photo or some, like what we do when we're trying to log into something. People are paid to do that over and over again all day long. So anyways, so that also leads to somewhat poor quality data that you're feeding it, and then you also have people interacting with the answers to try to make it seem more human-like. And now, the rebuttal to that is, well, we can eventually automate those processes. Instead of having humans interact with the models, we can have models interact with the models to make them more human-like. That's literally the argument. I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it, because I think as you automate more and more and more, we have a saying that in statistics, and I think everybody knows this one, right? Garbage in, garbage out, right? And I think what we're going to do is create more and more and more garbage. I know that's a very pessimistic.
That's also a security risk, right?
Of course,
yeah.
Of course. But should we discuss that now?
Yes, maybe you can touch on another topic that's really, worrisome to many people on deep fakes, for example.
Yeah, deep fakes. Yeah, so when we talk about security in AI or machine learning, one of the main areas is misuse. That we talk about, right? Being used for unintended consequences, being used for, we talk about, the compassion, right? If people have compassion, they're not going to misuse these models, right? They're just, there are fun deep fakes that are funny and everybody enjoys them, right? We also have deep fakes where you could have a world leader declaring war on another country. You could create things that could cause problems, right? And then, so you say, okay, well then we'll just come up with a system to detect that it's a fake, right? So let's say, Dr. Gupta and I come up with a model to detect that a video is a deep fake. Would you trust us? Yeah, we say, we created an AI to detect that video was created by AI. Would you say, yeah, let's trust those guys, right? No, right? And then it comes down to biases where the people who want to believe, politics want to believe that world leader really said that are going to believe one thing. The people who don't want to believe it are not going to believe it, right? So it creates a lot of problems, and I think there's still a long way to go to understand how we would combat that.
So, Manish, my question is, do you think there would be a technology singularity? Is that a possibility even in the future?
Yeah, so this question keeps coming up, singularity, if people don't know what that means. Actually, I just looked it up. On ChatGPT, you can look it up what it is. Basically, it's the idea that, technology could become so powerful that it can start controlling you, right? Humans. So, and this whole, the idea, I think that word, this is my opinion, came from sci-fi, that whole idea of singularity. But, but there is some truth too in the fact that, these machines can become more powerful than humans in their abilities. Now, whether that is going to lead to this idea of controllability or not, I think there are many different opinions on that. So I defer this to like experts. So for example, I've been following a lot of AI experts in this area. So, for example, Geoffrey Hinton, I don't know if people know, he's considered the godfather of AI. He was one of the first people who invented backpropagation, which is at the heart of all neural networks. And a lot of his students actually were involved in developing a lot of large language models, etc. Now he just actually quit. He was working for a large corporation, big tech. You can look it up; it's in the news. But he quit because of the dangers of AI. Now his perspective is that he's not. He's obviously worried about the apocalyptic ideas of AI, but I think it's the apocalypse in his mind is more that, like with this AI, as Michael was saying, we can allow these language models to become more like language decision models. They can actually make decisions, use that to make decisions. And you can actually set a goal. So for example, you could have an end goal, but you can say, well, just find your own sub-goals in between to achieve that goal. Now imagine that could go in some bad hands, like it could go into some totalitarian regime. It says, well, I want to do this, and I don't care what happens in the process, right? So if you let these autonomous agents develop their own sub-goals, you have the risk that, those sub-goals may not be aligned. So it's an alignment problem. That's what he worries about. And my personal biggest fear is also, so one of the ways these agents work is that they can generate code. Now, that's one thing with the latest version of ChatGPT, they can generate code. And you can generate code to do a lot of things. And my biggest fear is that this, what I call biological code. Like, what if you were able to generate some sort of genetic code or something where you can identify the protein structures that are most stable, that are completely aligned with a particular trait that we don't find desirable. Like for somebody, but somebody can say, well, find the traits for a sociopath, right? And that could be quite disastrous. So that's what I worry about. Now, but there are extremes of opinion. There's also the other extreme of opinion where, in fact, there was a recent paper from Stanford where they said, well, these emergent properties are all nonsense. This is all it's all manipulation of your mathematical functions, and if you manipulate it differently, you will get that. So it's all hype. They completely disclaim it. Then there are some people coming from cognitive psychology like Josh Tenenbaum,